Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking, all right? So shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It's good to see each and every one of you. If you guys can hear me okay and everything looks good on the screen, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys cannot hear me or things are looking bad, please give me a thumbs down or angry face. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out everybody who is in the building early, all right? Shout out to my monolithian mod, DeAndre, for being a like enforcer. Y'all know what to do. Shout out to my man, Win Loser Rug. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to the specialist. Shout out to DeAndre. Shout out to Black Spider. And shout out to Tia. It is good to see each and every one of you, all right? We are about to have some fun today. You know what I'm saying? Y'all already know, late night, early morning. We about to get it in. We about to have some laughs. We about to take a look at what just went on. And I'm going to tell you something, man. Shout out to the title. Shout out to my man, Jay Bird. What's good with it, bro? Experts say, because you know everybody's an expert, right? Experts say Kamala Harris's Fox News interview was a winner. Dun, 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 for Trump. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Shout out to AW1. What's good with it, bro? AW1 said, what's up, Rob? I was going to watch a movie, but then I seen you live now, so I'm going to watch the movie tomorrow. Hey, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. I wish that went towards my click-through rate, you know what I'm saying, on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of watching movies, man, I found this channel on YouTube, and they got a whole bunch of horror movies. I don't know if y'all into horror movies, but I was watching this movie called, what is it called? Age of the Walking Dead or something like that. It don't have anything to do with the actual Walking Dead series, but it's a movie like, you know, some post-apocalyptic stuff, and it turned these people into like half hybrid zombies, half hybrid vampires, and it looked like it was pretty cool. And I was watching it, you know what I'm saying, and then, you know, I started kind of reviewing this, and I was like, you know what I'm saying, like, I'm not gonna review any more of this. Let's actually check this out. Now, how many of y'all seen this or either a reaction to it, this Kamala Harris Fox News interview? Specialist, you say you watch the horror movies now to laugh. You watch the Terrifier? Hey, I feel it, bro. Hey, shout out to Jay Bird. I feel you, bro. I feel you. I feel you. You know what I'm saying? Life is sometimes, you know what I'm saying, I don't know, worse than a full-time job. You know what I'm saying? So, what y'all think, man, about this interview? Who did this interview help more? Did this interview help Kamala Harris more, or did this interview help Trump more? You guys remember when they announced this interview and I said this late in the game, this kind of thing is a disaster? And one of the reasons why this is a disaster is because it's going to be so close. Now, I think it's like 20 days away to the election, and they probably have enough clips and enough moments from this interview to fill a new ad for the last 20 days of the election cycle, and they could put all of those bad tastes in people's mouths about Kamala Harris. The movie Quiet Place, is that about the aliens where the people can't talk because the aliens are blind, but they can hear real good? So if they make any type of move, then they kind of come through and take the people out. I think I did see that movie Quiet Place. I think they really, I don't know, man. I would have stuck with the same strategy if I was the Kamala Harris campaign. Now, you know, we got a troll, right? We got a troll. And what's fascinating about this whole trolling thing is you got to ask yourself who the actual agents are. You know, people come in the comment section and, you know, they say that people are agents and they say that, you know, you're a Trump supporter and this, that, and the other. I completely disagree. If you go back and watch all of my content that I've done about the election, for the most part, it's critiques. And I've critiqued Kamala Harris's campaign and I've critiqued her policies the most because I feel hers are the most susceptible to a loss. Now, if Kamala Harris's campaign team had listened to every piece of content that I made about this situation, and shout out to Tia for being a like enforcer, a mod extraordinaire, one of my monolithian mods. Make sure y'all throw some like enforcers for her in the chat. I think that Kamala Harris's campaign would have been a lot more competitive. And there's people out there who are upset anytime you critique Kamala Harris. I believe that the people who are upset when people critique Kamala Harris are the true agents. Because if someone is going in the wrong direction with something that they're doing, and somebody comes through and critiques it and says, well, you need to tweak this, you need to tweak that, this is looking bad, and this is looking bad, and maybe you should try this. That's actually giving them some information that could improve the direction of where they're going, right? But there's so many people out there that try to silence people who do that. None of these critiques to improve the campaign can ever get back to these candidates who are failing. And then what you see is you see them fail in real time. So you have to ask yourself the question, all of the people who claim to be supporting Kamala Harris, all of the people around Kamala Harris, are those people actually MAGA agents working for Trump? Anybody that you see attempting to flip out, you know what I'm saying, wild out, try to get people to stop talking about Kamala Harris critiques. And then you see Kamala Harris make the mistakes that you warned about and warned about and warned about for months. You got to start asking yourself the question, who's the real agents here? The people who don't want the changes for improvement for the candidate to win that they claim that they want to win, or the people who want you to be quiet so they can sit back and be entertained while this person falls flat on their face? Let me know what you think about who the agent is. Me personally, I think that when people set people up for failure by giving them false tools for success, it's those people who are the actual agents. All right. So, with that being said, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this video from Fox News. All right. Because we're going to get into a couple things and then we're going to get into the interview. All right. This is talking about some people in Chicago. All right. Some voters in Chicago. And according to the people in Chicago, they're saying that Kamala Harris is not going to do anything. Black voters are done. Now, you guys saw that last live stream that I did, right? The last live stream that the experts, the experts said that Black people should not get anything for their vote. How dare those experts? You know what I'm saying? How dare those experts? Well, let's check this out.
A Chicago voter, P. Ray Easley. P. Ray Easley is a strong voice to listen to. She's been speaking out lately. P. Ray, what's your reaction to this report? What do you think of this new agenda to get the Black vote from Kamala Harris? Many people, including in states like California, who've seen moves like this, these ideas, have said, wait a second, all taxpayers, Black voters too, will have to pay for it, trillions of dollars in tax hikes to pay for it.
Well, I think that this is absolute pandering.
I think that Black people should use anti-reparation logic when it comes to politics and when it comes to paying tax. My question for Black people is, how has America affected any Black person alive positively today? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said, peace, Rob in chat. That thumbnail is wild. It looked like she was allergic to some shrimp on there, don't it? Y'all remember that episode of Martin when Gina was allergic to that shrimp? That looked like what happened with Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at it, Greets. Shout out to my man Greets. What's good with you, bro? Greets said, my entire family voting for mass deportation, period. I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it. I'll tell you what, whatever type of shrimp or seafood that Kamala Harris ate on that thumbnail, they need to deport those shrimps. That's a bad batch. They got too much iodine in them. Like Pimp C said, she ate so many shrimp, she got iodine poisoning. She got that iodine poisoning, looking all swollen in the face. She look like a birthday balloon on that thumbnail, don't she?
I think that because Black men have decided that they are moving on from the Democratic Party, as well as Black women, now they want to throw these pie in the sky ideas at us. The pandering is absolutely insulting and very disrespectful. I think that if they spoke to us like regular Americans rather than a charity that must be pitied, then they would get further, but they don't respect us enough to speak to us like full Americans.
I would say that both political parties do that, and I would also say that the mainstream understanding that news agencies like Fox News and a lot of people associated with Trump and Trump support have pushed that narrative for a very long time that Black people can't be communicated to like normal human beings and that the entire Black collective is a giant charity. I think that Fox News, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people like this woman here, this MAGA lady, you know what I'm saying? The population at large in the United States government, they're all complicit in the reason why people do that. It's not just Democrats. If you ask me, Democrats have communicated to Black people in the way that society and America has conditioned society and America to see Black people. And I think that the Democrats went overboard with it. And because Black people tend to monolithically deal with Democrats, it's most visible to Black people now when they look and see other political parties dealing with other people in other ways. But I would say that Republicans and conservatives deal with Black people in the exact same way, because all of these people who are jumping to the Trump train, they should watch the last 20 to 30 years of right-wing content that discusses Black people amongst white people where there's very few Black people around, and then kind of, you know, reassess how these people actually feel about you. You know what I'm saying?
You know, and then you got this. The Wall Street Journal is now breaking news that Kamala Harris campaign says her new handout, you know, the $20,000 loans, $1 million loans, she's now going to.
So it's a handout. So what are you supposed to get for your? What are you supposed to get for your vote? It's a handout. Anything that Black, and again, now do you guys see why I said experts say that Black people shouldn't get anything for their vote? If you guys see why the AI said that Black people shouldn't get anything for their vote, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, give me a thumbs down. Everybody who's clam chowder face has said that this is a handout, which is hilarious because nobody's even gotten it yet. But the clam chowder face constituency, you know what I'm saying, they keep calling it a handout. Now, mind you, the clam chowder face constituency usually only has a problem with it when it's a quote unquote alleged handout for Black people. But as this clearly points out, like how we pointed out the mis and disinformation earlier, this is a plan that's labeled with Black people on the label, right? But it's for everybody. We should start calling these type of plans like the Uncle Ben's plans or the Zataran's plans, right? Because they have a Black person on the label, like an Aunt Jemima plan. You know what I'm saying? They got a Black person on the label, right? But these plans are for other people. You just happen to be the mascot. You know what I'm saying? The clam chowder face. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
That Kamala Harris campaign says her new handout, you know, the $20,000 loans, $1 million loans, she's now going to open it to all Americans on a race neutral basis. She's talking government bailouts, free loans for everybody, for all entrepreneurs. Everybody's going to have to pay for that, P. Ray.
Well, again, this is all pandering because initially she said that this was her plan for Black men, and then Black men did not take the bait. So now she wants to broaden that pandering to everyone. And again, we know from history that she's not going to do anything. All spending packages have to go through the Congress, and so she doesn't get to decide whether or not she's going to give $20,000 to 300 million people.
Yeah, facts. I gotta agree. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, "Yo, Rob, it's only a handout when Black folks are getting something." Facts. If you guys agree with AW1, throw some flames in the chat. That's facts. And shout out to DeAndre. Look, we got we got the quality control stamp right on the thumbnail. With Kamala Harris's face all stretched out. It looked like Kamala Harris was inside of a wind tunnel, and the wind was just flapping real hard on her cheeks. We got the quality assurance stamp, you know what I'm saying, right on the cover. So we good. Shout out to DeAndre with the clipboard. Make sure that y'all throw them 100s in the chat. We're going to get a quality assurance sticker, you know what I'm saying, when we get some more members.
People. It's absolutely asinine. And I think that the issue is that they're focused more on performative actions than actually giving us policies, because although she said that she's moving on, she's still a part of the Biden-Harris campaign. So she is actually giving us her indictment on her former position. And we believe that, again, we deserve better than her. We are not voting for Kamala Harris. It's over, Democratic Party. Black America has moved on. You guys have been way too disrespectful. And the illegals were the straw that broke the camel's back. We're done, especially here in the great city of Chicago.
Why do you say that?
Well, I say that because for generations, my people, the American Negro people, we've been in this country paying taxes for generations.
We paid more than taxes, man. Listen, all that free labor, we're in positive taxes. You know how if you pay your electric bill too early, you'll have a credit? We got a credit. We're the only group of people that worked for free in this country for centuries. You know what I'm saying? We paid with our bodies, blood, and lives for centuries to build this crap hole country up. We're in the positive. We have a credit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, eyes, she got to chill. Facts and big facts. Elon Musk is an undocumented bro, right? You know what I'm saying? He's an immigrant. and he gets massive amounts of United States taxpayer dollars. Yo, shout out to Greets. You know what I'm saying? Do you think that Elon Musk should get deported? I think that he should. I think that he should be the first one on the list. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Greets. Greets says, love the way she said American Negro, not African. I feel it. You know, I'm not a big fan of the United States of America because of what the United States of America has done to us. But I get it. I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get it.
Never have we ever been offered this type of resources, this type of grace. When my grandparents came up to Chicago from Mississippi, they lived in a boxcar for the first time, you know, when they had to come here. No one gave us a luxury apartment. My people had to get it out the dirt, and we were American citizens. There's no reason that illegals should be able to come over here and feast off of our tax dollars. That's not why we go to work.
Illegals come into this country, illegals come into this landmass, and feasting off the dirt is literally how this country got started, which is one of the reasons why I'm not the biggest fan of the American identity. I don't think that there's anything different from today versus 1776. Today, a bunch of illegal criminals are coming to the United States and stealing resources and harming the people who are here. And that's literally how the people that built their wealth in this country and have the nerve to point their sharp noses at everybody else, that's how they built their wealth as well. I don't care what the environment is. I don't care what's going on social media. I don't care about any of that. I will never, ever hail the American identity as if it's something to be honored as long as I'm living in my body and my skin and I came from my parents. Ever. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? I can't do it. You know what I'm saying?
P. Ray, we can see why people are paying attention to you, sitting up and taking notice of everything you're saying, P. Ray. You say it beautifully, eloquently, and succinctly. P. Ray Easley, please come back soon. It was a pleasure having you on.
Thank you, and please support us at chicagored.org as we turn Chicago and the entire country red. God bless America.
Got it, P. Ray. Thank you so much.
Well, you know what I'm saying? The country already got turned red at one point in history, and it got turned so red that it decreased the world temperature because, you know, people were deleting. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton said, Rob is not down with the strange flexes. Bro, I'm old school. I go to the gym and rock up. I ain't used to the weird flexes. You know what I'm saying? I ain't used to the skinny jean flexes. I'm going to leave that to the younger generation. You know what I'm saying? I'm used to actually, you know what I'm saying, going to the gym, putting in work, you know what I'm saying, or going to the driveway, you know what I'm saying, the garage and putting in work and getting rocked up and all that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, you know, I ain't this new stuff, you know what I'm saying, is cool. As far as I would go with like the red, white, and blue hysteria and all that would be possibly, you know what I'm saying, you know, if I was wearing some Tommy Hilfiger or something like that. You know what I'm saying? For real. Like, I'm going to just keep it a buck. You know what I mean? So we're going to check out a couple reviews on this before we actually get started and look at some information. All right. And this is an article here from New York Post. And it's talking about Fox News. Brett Beer claims that Harris campaign tried to steal time from the interview, then had the VP show up late. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Do you all believe that this happened? If you guys believe that this happened, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't believe that this happened, give me a thumbs down. I don't know if this happened or not. There's some weird stuff going on with Kamala Harris in this campaign. It didn't seem like she was prepared for this at all. How many people think that she was prepared for this? If you guys think that she was prepared for this, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't, then give me a thumbs down. See, Carlton, you from my generation, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like you one of the people that's like part of my school. Carlton Way says seeing the American flag low key gives me a heebie-jeebies. Yeah, like people like me and Carlton, when we see that, let me tell y'all about, like, I know that there's this internet phenomenon and weird stuff going on nowadays, but I'm gonna tell you how, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, shout out to Carlton from Memphis, man. You know what I'm saying? And shout out, you know what I'm saying, to the people from the Midwest. Back in the day, the American flag would strike you in the same way that a Confederate flag would. It would strike you in the same way that a Confederate flag would. You know what I'm saying? Like, you would look at an American flag and be like, oh, you already know what this person on. This old Captain America person, this old Steve Rogers mob. You know what I'm saying? nowadays, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's some of us be red, white, and blued out. And I'd be like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really say nothing, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, I just kind of, you know, you kind of look at it funny. You kind of look at it weird. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I think like maybe in like the way that things are going in 10 to 15 years, I think like people gonna be pounding hard and banging hard for the flag with the blue line on it. Talking about that's the flex. We love our law enforcement. You know what I'm saying? Fist pump, fist pump, fist pump. Like, I guess. You know what I'm saying? I guess. Right? But there would be no, like, if you drove through some area, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you drove through the boondocks or drove through the country or something like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you would see a whole bunch of American flags in the yard. That would give you the same vibes as if you seen like a bunch. There was no difference. The American flag and the Confederate flag were synonymous. You know what I'm saying? And like now, it's not like that. Now, you know, and most time, you know, the only time really black people would mess with the American identity would be when, you know what I'm saying, you watching your athletes that you like in the Olympics, right? You know what I'm saying? Like now it's very weird. You know what I'm saying? And like I guess in internet life, I'm an older dude, right? But it's just really weird. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, to me, like the I'm not gonna lie to y'all, man. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I see a lot of stuff that's going on online, and I look at a lot of y'all, not y'all in the comment section, but a lot of y'all online, and I look at y'all the same way I look at a dude with a beard and a sundress on, because it's just something that my eyes aren't used to, and I don't know if I'll ever get used to it. It's really weird. And then the way I see people banging for it, aggressively banging for it. Like, it's just like, really though? You know what I'm saying? For real, for real? Okay. And then I see this, right? And then it's really weird too, because like you see all of the, like, you know, you see like the diaspora wars and all that stuff going on. But a lot of the people that be doing the diaspora war stuff, they don't really ever be saying anything like really relatable. You know, like we be chopping it up in here talking about, you know what I'm saying, childhood and all that. They don't really be saying none of that. They don't really be talking about that kind of stuff. Even when they be roasting other people, I guess that's, you know what I'm saying, like not, you know what I'm saying, part of Black Americans, they don't really be, you know, like saying any, you know what I'm saying, like they don't be really saying anything. They don't be talking about hitting the corner store and buying like lemon heads and, you know what I'm saying, buying Alexander the Great, you know what I'm saying, and Cherry Clan candy. They don't even make those no more. Johnny Apple seeds and all that. Like, they don't talk about none of that, like nothing. And I'd be like, yo, am I in a time warp or something? Like, did y'all ever go to the corner store? You know what I'm saying? Like, then you ask the question, like, you know, did you grow up in an area where like all the stores used to have like the Pepsi sign on them, or they used to have like the Coca-Cola sign on them, and like the name of the store is like a beverage store, like every store is like beverage and deli? You know what I'm saying? And you just never really hear, all you hear is like internet lingo, and like you never hear like any validating lingo. But in the internet lingo, everybody be talking about like all these certifications and being certified, and they certified and this, that, and the other. But like certifications is like a system of credentialing, and like there's never really any discussions about any of the credentialing things. And you could run quality assurance on me. You know what I'm saying? You could run quality control on me. All my credentials fit. You know what I'm saying? But I don't even crash out on that stuff all like that, because this is who I am. I've been like this all my life. You know what I'm saying? But you know, like, you run quality control or run quality assurance on some of these people, and it's like, yo, we missing a few. DeAndre, get the clipboard. You know what I'm saying? We got to get the calibration equipment. It's a couple boxes missing. The quality assurance ain't right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Carlton Way. Carlton Way said the Pepsi and Coca-Cola signs is really old school, bro. And you know where them signs be at. Now, look, let me ask y'all this question. When you driving around and you see the old school buildings with the Pepsi and the Coca-Cola signs, where you at? Where you at? Don't nobody talk about that. And I just be like, okay, all right. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, whatever. Shout out to Crew Reality. What's good with it, bro? I got an interesting schedule. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Tia. You be in the hood. You be in the hood. Nobody be talking about that though. Everybody always relates to like internet stuff. And it's just and if you ask me, the reason why they relate to internet stuff and say the internet stuff is because it's arguable if they actually got experience to draw from. You remember the Jolly Ranchers, them big Jolly Rancher sticks? Who remember them big Jolly Rancher sticks? Y'all remember on In Living Color when Tommy Davidson he like played the little kid in high school and he had the Jolly Rancher stick, like the big wide like flat Jolly Rancher, the one that'll really rot your teeth out and cut your tongue. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said nobody ever relate real life black experience, bro. Now I be listening on YouTube. I be like, man, how y'all doing all this? And I'm not, and this is the thing, like, I'm not even, y'all know me, right? I'm not even doing this to like, I'm more black than you or anything. I'm doing this because this is how I grew up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing this because like I'm reminiscing this back in the day. And I got white people in my stories and stuff like that. Like, I'm not too, you know what I'm saying, too, I got a front, you know what I'm saying, and not talk about, you know what I'm saying, like white people and stuff or other groups of people like that I dealt with in my lifetime, like I have. And when I tell you the story, I'm gonna tell you the story about how it happened. And like, if there was any type of cultural clash or cultural, differences, I'm gonna put that into the story as well. But you don't hear about none of these people having no type of stories. None. They just repeat stuff that they heard online. You know what I'm saying? And it's just weird to me. You know what I'm saying? I would like to hear people's story. When I go to YouTube, one of the things that I like is I like to hear people's stories. And you kind of just don't hear no stories. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't hear no stories. It's wild. You know what I'm saying? As I be at like that, like we've already listed all the things, right? Shout out to Carlton, because Carlton be here. The wooden TV in the living room that's broken, that got the small TV on the top. Everybody got that, right? Everybody got designated chairs. Like all the men in the family, like the older men, like your dad, your granddad, some of your uncles, they all got a designated chair. You know what I'm saying? Like usually like your uncle or your your grandfather would sit in the big love seat in the living room. You know what I'm saying? Your father would sit in the smaller love seat. The younger men, you know what I'm saying, for the most part, would sit on the couch. And if you was a kid, if you was a kid or if you was a girl, you know what I'm saying, you on the floor for the most part. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If you was a kid or if you was a girl, you know what I'm saying, you on the floor. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, gotta get those, gotta get that. These are facts. That drop. Yeah, facts, bro. I gotta go back and look at that and look at that stream and clip that. Yeah, we had the Magnavox. Who had the Zenith? We had the Zenith. I think back in the day, the Zenith was like the only TV that you could get cable with back in the day. Yeah, granddad had the best seat, and he was always at the head of the table. But if your granddad wasn't there and your father was there, the oldest male in the family would always be at the table. And it wasn't never no assignment. That's just how it always felt. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people don't be saying nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? I be hearing people talk about the black church, the black church, the black church. Nobody talk about their mom or their grandma like waking up at like 3:00 in the morning, already ready for church, washing greens, because like that's what was like you always wash the greens and not in the bathtub, or you get the cabbage started before church. And honestly, for I'm not even going there, but it'd be a lot of fronting going on YouTube. And this kind of stuff, it ain't even nothing to front over. It ain't even nothing to front over. That's why, like, when I be listening to a lot of these people, I be like, and I be listening to these people, they be talking about these people fit in. I be like, how did they fit in? I don't understand that. Because like I said, I would always know. I was real close with my family and I know how my family was. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like I told y'all, one of my best friends growing up was Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? Cool. That was my homie. You know what I'm saying? Moved down to the DMV and all that. You know what I'm saying? That was my dude right there. You know what I'm saying? But he dressed like me because, you know, I wouldn't expect him to wear a dashiki because we were in America and he was like, you know what I'm saying? Like first generation, you know what I'm saying? Like we grew up together. So I wouldn't expect him to wear no dust sandals and a dashiki. He was here. I don't even know if you could buy none of that in the United States unless you went to like a little African store in the hood. And then back in the day, like, man, let's not even get it twisted, man. Everybody used to hit up the African store in the hood. I used to be one of them cats like Ghostface that used to buy the little chew sticks from the mall. I used to buy the cherry one. You know what I'm saying? But like anyway, you know, I came in the house one day and his grandma was there and she was speaking some language that I didn't know. And his mom and dad had a really, really heavy accent. You know what I'm saying? And they was cooking bananas. I thought they was bananas. Come to find out, they was plantains. But you know what I'm saying? I'm Black American. I didn't know what it was. I thought they was like circular French fries or something. I was like, what's this? You know what I'm saying? He like, oh, you know, he told me about like the plantains or whatever. I was like, I ain't even heard of nothing like that. And I ate it and I was like, oh, this tastes like French fries. That's what's up. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, like, I could tell immediately though. And I mean, he was like, you know what I'm saying? My dude was real. He was a real cat. He was just like us. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, of course, when I say just like us, you know what I'm saying? Don't Kendrick Lamar me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying he's just like us. You know what I'm saying? Of course, yes. You know what I'm saying? He's Nigerian. But like, you know, he wasn't like he was a real dude. Like he was solid. Like my man Aristopat, you know, the content creator Aristopat that do the vlog videos about the migrant crisis. He be on my other channel a lot. You know what I'm saying? But he was a cool, you know what I'm saying, dude like him. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it's a lot of cool cats out there like that. You know what I'm saying? And I don't be understanding. It just, you know what I'm saying? Stuff be kind of, you know what I'm saying? Stuff be kind of strange. It kind of strange, you know what I'm saying? But then again, this is YouTube and YouTube pay change. And we already know people do something strange for some change, I guess. You know what I'm saying? It just be weird. Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not, you know, like, and again, like, you know, it's always weird too, because like, I don't know if it's a bias or what, right? There were rappers who were like, you know, foreign rappers that I kind of rocked with and that I used to like back in the day. But most of the rappers that I used to like, that I really like related to for real, was like undoubtedly Black American rappers. And I could tell who's undoubtedly Black American, even when I listened to a rap song. You know what I'm saying? Like Noriega never hid that he was Latino. I don't know where like all this stuff come from, where like a lot of these people be like, these cats was hiding. Man, Noriega said, my name Victor Santiago, half Black, half whatever. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he said it in the song, N-O-R-E. Nori, stand for Ninjas on the Run Eating. No matter if you say I'm cheating. I mean, he said it right there. Was people not listening? You know what I'm saying? Fabulous did multiple interviews where he talked about his background. I used to like Mobb Deep. Prodigy, undoubtedly a Black American man. Undoubtedly. There's nobody in the world who would look at Prodigy from Mobb Deep and be like, oh, what, you know what I'm saying? Like, what ethnicity? That's a brother. You know what I'm saying? He's just like me. You know what I'm saying? Who else? You know, for the most part, anybody from down south, UGK, Scarface, you know what I'm saying? Outkast, you know, 8 Ball and MJG. And I think that is why I like, and anybody, a lot of people from the West Coast too, from California, like Ice Cube. Ice Cube undoubtedly Black American. Like it, you know, they ain't got to ask that. You know what I'm saying? Same with Snoop Dogg, undoubtedly Black American. You know what I'm saying? The Game ain't really one of my favorite rappers. He got some good songs though, but Game undoubtedly Black American. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not trying to be funny, but like, you know, I like Nipsey Hussle. Rest in peace, Nipsey. No disrespect, right? We just talking. I don't know who wouldn't be able to tell that Nipsey Hussle, you know what I'm saying, kind of, you know what I'm saying, might have a little bit different of an ethnicity, but Nipsey Hussle looked like he got a little bit of a different ethnicity. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how people don't see or know these things. It's weird to me. But again, you know, like I said, you know, shout out to the people from down south and shout out to the people from the Midwest. Anybody that's from the Midwest, you know what I'm saying, they'll tell you. For the most part in the Midwest, it's Black people and white people. You don't, you might have your little pockets of immigrants and migrants here and there. and then there's always like that one immigrant or migrant family that's been there for so long, they just, you know what I'm saying, like they just fit in. But you don't really have, it's not the same dynamic as like New York or Miami. It's not the same. And everybody on YouTube to be acting like they from New York or Miami is weird. It's weird. It's not accurate. Like it's the same as like the Barack Obama stuff. The numbers don't support it. You know what I'm saying? Like my dude Greg was Nigerian, but like he was the only Nigerian at my school. You know what I'm saying? Like he was the only Nigerian at the school. We didn't have like it was like a clique, a gang, a crew of Nigerians walking around there terrorizing. Like he was the only one. You know what I'm saying? And then like, even like, moving around in Northeast Ohio is not really all like that. Now they got like little pockets of like Latinos, you know what I'm saying? Puerto Ricans and stuff like that, certain areas like on the west side and stuff like that. But like, yeah, it wasn't like that. So I'll be trying to figure out, like, I'll be trying to relate to some of this stuff that people be saying. And I don't, a lot of times, like I'll be listening and like, I don't really relate to it. You know what I'm saying? Hold on real quick, y'all. Of course, I forgot to turn this alarm off. I'm about to run this video real quick. Give me 1 second, and then we're going to get right back into it. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, wait a minute. What is this? Hold on. Let me see. Hold on real quick. And real quick, shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor. Take a moment. Smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, take a moment, hit the bell. Shout out to my man, Jay Bird. Yeah, shout out to the South, bro. You know what I'm saying? And again, like, sometimes I'll be asking the questions, like, people be saying this stuff, right? But honestly, like when it comes to like this, the diaspora war, if you ask me, the East Coast, and it's not talked about, the East Coast, West Coast war in hip hop, that was the diaspora war, and it wasn't talked about that it was the diaspora war. But that's another story and another breakdown for another day. You know what I'm saying?
The US battle as well, because I thought it'd be fantastic today after Kamala Harris's interview to catch up with the former White House Democrat staffer, Barbara Heineback. She joins us live from Brisbane. Thanks for joining us again, Barbara. What did you make of Kamala Harris's performance?
Oh, my. I won't go there, but Kamala had a great opportunity today. And I thought in the beginning, she started out answering the question, although she started the answer before Brett had a chance to finish asking. And it didn't even take a minute, Chris, before she pivoted into just finding excuses. And I did notice she has a new three-prong approach. And number one, she starts out, Kamala, what she wants to talk about. She said, you and I both know what I'm about to talk about. And of course, Brett said, no, I don't, but I'd like you to explain.
Look, shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, watch this, Rob yapping. I wish he'd get to it. I know, right? I'm going to get to it. You know what I'm saying? But, hey, so y'all remember Hawaiian Soapy fame and Haitian Jack? All them cats that Tupac had the beef with. Y'all remember that? Now, when it comes to the East Coast, West Coast beef, and you line up all the people that the beef was with, that was a diaspora war. And it was unspoken. And what's interesting about it is like it's all this quote unquote corrective hip hop content coming out and all of that. And like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna get the record straight, but like, I mean, are we really getting the records straight? You know what I'm saying? Like, Tupac was Tupac was a Black American. He was a brother. You know what I'm saying? His mom was a Black Panther. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was like, he was one of us. You know what I'm saying? And he had a lot of issues with a lot of people from the East Coast. And we know what go on the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? Puffy was with a lot of them people. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yo, nobody really talks about it in those terms. And, NWA, all Black American. You know what I'm saying? Like, all Black American, right? Because that was the old school West Coast. You know what I'm saying? Cultural differences. A lot of disrespect going on. A lot of stuff popping off. And Tupac, you know what I'm saying? The way, at least that he presented himself, he you know what I'm saying? He ain't really one of them type of people that's going to be going for that. You know what I'm saying? So, always kind of just sit back and be looking. I'd be like, I wonder if anybody gonna ever talk about this or discuss any of this, you know what I'm saying? These experts, these scholars or whatever. And, you know, you don't hold your breath waiting for it. You know what I'm saying? You'll get real lightheaded. You know what I'm saying?
Hand it to me. She didn't manage that. Then she filibustered. And when she was pressed on a question about, well, immigration, they started there. And she goes off and ends up back at Donald Trump's camp. As you mentioned earlier in your program today, that was almost every answer.
Yeah, bro. And look, check this out, right? So shout out to Crew. Shout out to Crew Reality, right? Crew Reality says yes, and Biggie was a tether, a degenerate lying tether, right? Now, here go my thing, right? I used to like Biggie. I liked his music, right? But Biggie was never my favorite rapper. Who's always been my favorite rapper? Nasir Jones has always been my favorite rapper. Always. I go to war for Nas. You know what I'm saying? When people sit there and try to say Biggie was the best rapper, when people try to sit there and say Jay was the best rapper, even before Ether, nah, bruh, nah. Nas is the best. You know what I'm saying? Like, Nas is the best. I don't care what anybody say. You know what I'm saying? Nas is the best. You know what I'm saying? I'm this back since Illmatic. You know what I'm saying? I used to like Wu-Tang. You know what I'm saying? Ghostface Killer. You know, Raekwon. You know what I mean? Like it was certain cats. Like I said, Prodigy from Mobb Deep. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really like a lot of these other dudes. A lot of the dudes that used to try to bang on me was other Black American dudes trying to tell me that Biggie or Jay was better than Nas. Biggie and Jay ain't better than Nas. No one is better than Nas. Is the king of New York. Here's why. I don't care about no album sold. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about none of that. You know what I'm saying? Biggie, like Nas is the father of Biggie and Jay-Z style. And honestly, I ain't even trying to be funny. I prefer AZ over Biggie and Jay-Z. You know what I'm saying? I think AZ and Big L are way, way underrated. You know what I'm saying? And I don't be appreciating sitting here on YouTube with all these people calling out all these rappers and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And like they really were not rocking like that back in the day. They really weren't rocking like that back in the day. Everybody, who the best? You know what I'm saying? Like, who the top three? You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't no top three. Nas the best. Ain't no top three. Nas the best. You see Nas swagger jacking Biggie. You see Nas swagger jacking Jay. You see Jay taking Prodigy voice. You see Jay taking Nas voice. I'm out for presidents to represent me. Say what? I'm out for presidents to represent me. Man, let's not get it twisted. Man, Mobb Deep are entrenched in hip hop history. You know what I'm saying? There's you can't even do like anything hip hop without at some point playing Shook Ones in the background. Like, come on, man. Like, stop it. Stop it. You know what I'm saying? I always resonated with them cats. Now, you know what I'm saying? It was some people that, you know what I'm saying, wasn't Black American that I liked. I used to like Saigon, you know what I'm saying? By extension, I liked True Life, you know what I'm saying? Now, in True Life, wasn't nobody that tried to fit in. He didn't try to fit in. He made it blatantly clear that he was Puerto Rican. But, you know what I'm saying? Him and Saigon was real cool. You know what I'm saying? Now, you know, I used to always question Fat Joe, and I'd be like, yo, Fat Joe only do features with Black artists, and he don't never put no Black artists on. All the Black artists, he don't never put no Black artists on. The whole Terror Squad is Latino. You know what I'm saying? Big Pun was with the Beat Nuts. The Beat Nuts is Latino. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you know, I see that, and it's just kind of, you know, okay, because there's a lot of Black dudes that will be putting Latino artists on. I think if I'm not mistaken, KRS-One the one put Fat Joe on. You know what I'm saying? And now look at Fat Joe, problematic. And I'm not gonna lie, like I never said that Fat Joe was like the best rapper ever, but he has some songs I used to listen to. You know what I'm saying? So Much More. I used to like Lean Back. What's Love Got to Do with It used to be my joint. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But the main people that I listen to, Mobb Deep, you know what I'm saying? Nas. I wasn't really a Tupac fan, but I liked it was Tupac has such a large music library because he has so much of a large music library, he had a lot of songs I like. You know what I'm saying? He had that I Get Around, you know what I'm saying? It was just niggas out there jealous or something like that. That song, I forget the name of it. They try to play a hate. That's my joint right there. That song was hot. Tupac has some cuts. You know what I'm saying? Tupac has some cuts. But all the rappers that I like, that was my favorite rappers, for the most part, I used to like Mike Jones, Chameleon Air, you know what I'm saying? Bone Thugs and Harmony, of course. Twista, you know what I'm saying? Do or Die and all them, of course. Them was the cats I liked. These cats on YouTube fake, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, they fake. They talking about they support all that. Like, they don't even be naming cats that's Black American. You know what I'm saying? They don't even be naming cats that's Black American. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like and this is what I'm saying about like the regional cultures and stuff like that, man. Like, man, like Players Club is a Chicago movie all day long. I mess with California rappers, bro. Are you serious? I'm just not from Cali, so I don't really be thinking about it all like that. But Rappin' Forte, bro, my Rappin' Forte used to be my mom's favorite rapper. You know what I'm saying? And my mom used to like Rappin' Forte because he used to sample all the old school stuff. He sampled the Spinners and all that. And Drake, you know what I'm saying? Drake is a clown. Drake stole Rappin' Forte's lyrics. You know what I'm saying? I used to like Spice One, you know what I'm saying? Celly Cell, E40, you know what I'm saying? Too Short. Y'all know I rock with MC Hammer. I be telling y'all all the time I rock with MC Hammer. If Pumps and the Bumps came out today, that song would go platinum. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said, I used to be in the studio with Do or Die. Yo, AK from Do or Die, like, he should have came out with his own album. AK was, matter of fact, some YouTube channel had just recently did an interview with him and they posted it. And I was scrolling through and I was like, what? AK? I gotta watch this. You know what I'm saying? AK used to be like, he was the dude that was set it off on Do or Die. Psychodrama was lit. You know what I'm saying? Like, Psychodrama had a good team. Crucial Conflict. You know what I'm saying? I really like the Speed Knot Mobsters, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Speed Knot Mobsters was lit. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jay Bird. Jay Bird said, you know, I'm from Texas. Growing up, all I heard was underground stuff from Texas because we weren't mainstream. Texas has some talent, bro. The Lil Flip, you know what I'm saying, man? Lil Flip, Lil Flip, undoubtedly Black American. Undoubtedly. No question there. You know what I'm saying? Lil Flip, Slim Thug, even though Slim Thug kind of simping with the Kamala Harris stuff, Slim Thug still Black American. You know what I'm saying? Like, these is cats that's undoubtedly Black American. And when I be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's certain people that's undoubtedly Black American. How can you not? Like, shout out to my man Grind and Motivate, right? Grind and Motivate, undoubtedly Black American. You know what I'm saying? Like, no questions or confusion there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, how do people be like, how, you know what I'm saying? These cats was blending in. Blending in how? Blended in where? Y'all sound crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe they might have blended in and like presented themselves to some white person and the white person didn't really catch it. You know what I'm saying? But like, did they trick? I don't know who they tricked. They tricked, you know what I'm saying, some people on YouTube in the comment section or something like that. Like, y'all got tricked? Because again, I don't know. I don't know how that could happen. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how that could happen. Can y'all tell me how it could happen? Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, man, my mom loved 50 Cent. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, my mom loved Rappin' Forte. You know what I'm saying? She liked certain Tupac songs. You know what I'm saying? She liked Beyonce, some of the old school Beyonce. Yeah, man, my mom be listening to rap. Then my parents used to go skating all the time. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said every single Black band that came out of the state of Ohio back in the day. Ohio is different. Never been there before. Yeah, facts. The Ohio Players, you know what I'm saying? Gerald Levert, you know what I'm saying? Gerald Levert from Shaker Heights. Like, yeah, man, it is. And again, like, for the most part, like, Ohio is like undoubtedly Black American for the most part. Undoubtedly. You know, you got the Springfield stuff popping off, but that little area, that's not Northeast Ohio. You know what I'm saying? And even in that area in Springfield, the people that was there before the large migrant influx, like, them is undoubtedly Black American people. You know what I'm saying? Which, again, I want to, you know, just in this discussion, I want to put it out there that I'm not denigrating other people that's not Black American. I just don't understand how people like just don't be knowing certain stuff. Like Scarface, undoubtedly Black American. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Willie D be on some, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes Willie D be kind of weird, but Willie D, undoubtedly Black American. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just, you be like, how did you not know? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said Ohio is quietly has more artists from there than Motown. Bro, Ohio got a lot of artists, a lot. But it's just like anywhere though. Like we just don't get our, we don't get our due. The South don't get they due. Man, do you know that these people booed Outkast when they won New Artist of the Year? Who you think was booing them? The very people that was making Notorious B.I.G., you know what I'm saying, go platinum. And this is what I be saying about the hypocrisy. Like, man, a lot of this stuff I be listening to, I be like, man, I was alive during this time. I heard a lot of this stuff. I seen a lot of this stuff. I ain't trying to hear this nonsense, man. Y'all gaslighting. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not about to sit here and gaslight. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because people doing what they doing online. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to say what I got to say about what's going on. But, like, I'm not about to sit here and join in no gaslighting. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, Lloyd Sky 9. What's good with it? Lloyd Sky 9 said, salute to the chat. Biggie's mom gave my mom money. Can't say he or his lineage did anything wrong to the culture. I ain't mad at it, bro. I ain't mad at it. And, hey, I bought all of Biggie's albums. Biggie wasn't my favorite rapper, you know what I'm saying? But, you know what I'm saying? I bought all Biggie's albums. And I liked Biggie, you know what I'm saying? But, you know what I mean? Nas was my favorite rapper, you know what I'm saying? And I rock with 50 too. Shout out to Black Spider. My mom liked 50. She really liked Get Rich or Die Trying. You know what I'm saying? That was her favorite 50 album. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all show Lloyd Sky 9 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Lloyd Sky 9 for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching times.
Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, Rob, are you a DJ? Nah, I'm not a DJ, but my cousin used to have a DJ company, and I used to work with him a lot. You know what I'm saying? And one of my dudes that helped me with the production of the beats when I was trying to get into the rap game for my album, he used to DJ, and there was this DJ crew that was called the Chemical Kick Drums, and I used to rock with them and roll with them a lot. You know what I'm saying? But I never actually DJ. I never like put nothing down on the ones and twos, you know what I'm saying? Or I never like hosted no club or like hosted no party or nothing like that. But you know what I'm saying? I would be with a lot of crews. My cousin, like I said, he had a business, and my dude, Cess too, you know what I'm saying? He used to rock with this little crew called the Chemical Kick Drums. You know what I'm saying? I think it was a little white dude that was part of the crew named Joey Fingers. He might actually have a YouTube channel. I used to be cool with them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was a lot. Like you can see that if you watch the American Gangster movie, they talk about that with Frank Lucas. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to James. James said people don't realize that most of NY rappers' families move there from the South or other areas. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Facts. Shout out to Jay Bird. Jay Bird said, "Yo, 50 had a lot of bangers. He had been in the rap game for like 4 years at one point, bro. Listen, he got an album that's called The Power of the Dollar, and it's a song on there called I'm a Hustler. You know what I'm saying? I'm a Hustler is one of my favorite rap songs, bro. And it got Jadakiss like in the, you know what I'm saying? Like he's mixed in Jadakiss. Rule number 1, don't go against the grain. Rule number 2, give respect where respect due. Rule number 3, what did he say? Rule number 3. I can't remember what else he said, but he had the line, love your enemies and hate your friends. Like that song, y'all ain't never heard that? It's on the album called Power of the Dollar, and it's called I'm a Hustler. And it got Jadakiss, you know what I'm saying, on the hook. And it's like, if it wasn't for the dough, I probably had to bubble back, if it wasn't for the dough, I probably had to double back, bubble crack. Like that song is lit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't never heard that? Look, man, I don't even care about the copyright. You know what I'm saying? I hope they don't we about to play that real quick, and then we about to get to it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, how many of y'all ever heard that song? I'm a Hustler. You heard it before, Straight Fire? Yeah, that's, bro, that song right there, like, I'll tell you what, another one of my favorite 50 Cent songs, I Whip Your Head, Boy. You know I will. Man, that's my cut right there. We used to play it anytime like something was about to go down, like if we was about to go to the park and play basketball, or you know what I'm saying, if we, you know what I'm saying, knew we was was about to be some stuff going on, we plan I'll whip your head, boy, in the car. I'll whip your head. I used to call that song the drive-by song. Like that's the song that's the clip loading song right there. Yeah, that's it. Shout out to crew. I hate a liar more than I hate a thief. A thief is only after my salary. A liar is after my reality. What else did he say? Then he said, I hate fiends that ask for a dime for nine. Cause what did he say? I hate in the Fed, you do 85% of your time. And I hate fiends that ask for a dime for nine or something like that. I'm like 50 preaching, you know what I'm saying? Like the beat on that song is so hard, bro. That beat's so hard. You know what I'm saying? That beat is so hard. Rule number 1, don't go against the game. Rule number 2, give respect where respect due. Rule number 3, I can't remember the verse after rule number 3, but man, he killed that. You know what I'm saying? On the streets, I know I'm like my ABCs. Stay away from D's and stack the cheese. Disrespect me. What do you say? Once I nut, I don't want it next to me. Yeah, that's what he said. Bitches sexing me, take me to ecstasy. Once I nut, I don't want it next to me. Oh man, that's like Lil Wayne. And then after I come to my senses, man. That shout out to the fellas, man. Shout out to the fellas, because y'all know what them lines mean. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, y'all know what them lines mean. You know what I'm saying? Rule number 3, if you get knocked, play games and say names. Click, click. The 4-5 will tell you out the frame. Yeah, that's man. Look, and they had the sound effect on point right there too. When it was like, if you get knocked to play games and say names, click, click. The loading the gun, click, click. The 4-5 will tell you out the frame. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's man. Bro, don't even get me started. What up, gangster, man? That song lit too. You know what I'm saying? That song was lit too. It was like I don't get it, man. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. You know, don't even get me started, man. I could go into some history. I could go into some things. You know what I'm saying? I used to like 3-6 Mafia. It was this dude named Gangsta Pat. I don't know where he was from. I know he was from the South. I think he might have been like from Memphis or something like that. Gangsta Pat got this song called I think it's called I Wanna Smoke, yeah. I wanna smoke, wanna chief, wanna roll me a blunt. I wanna get fucked up. Wanna smoke, wanna smoke, wanna smoke, wanna smoke, wanna get fucked up. Man, that used to be my shit. You know what I'm saying? I wanna chief, wanna roll, wanna smoke me a blunt. I wanna get fucked up. Wanna smoke, wanna smoke, wanna smoke, wanna smoke, wanna get fucked up. Look, Kevin Smith said, I'm just joining. Did I miss the interview? Bro, we ain't even watched the interview, bro. We just been chopping it up. You know what I'm saying? We just been chopping it up. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said, I love that song. I'm smoking that, choking that, choke, man. I'm so high. I want to have an anchor attack. Do what I got to roll that. What do you say? I got to roll that bud because it's high, man. I'm so good. How that song go, man? I can't remember. I gotta listen to it now. When I get done with this live stream, I'm finna bump that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out, speaking of 50 and Mob Deep, I'm about to bump that. You know what I'm saying? Niggas try to stun on my click when I get on that shit. When I give it to them, bump that. You know what I'm saying? Don't even get me started. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith said, "What do you know about Kingpin Skinny Pimp from Memphis?" I don't know about King Smith or King Skinny Pimp, but I know it's some nigga named like Roger Murphy III or something. That nigga was lit. That boy should have somebody should have signed him. I think what happened with him was he was like now anybody from Memphis, I can't think of this dude's name, but y'all know who I'm talking about. His rap name was a first name, and it wasn't like Mike Jones. Like this dude was another undoubtedly Black American dude. This dude's name was like Roger Roger Murphy Jr. or Roger Murphy III or something like that. And he didn't like Bone Thugs and Harmony. That cat was hit. He was a talented dude. And he was one of them cats that I'll be telling y'all about. Homeboy had the perm. You know what I'm saying? Like he was like old boy on Belly with the banana. But this dude, man, listen, he could rap. Shout out to Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith said, I'm from Nashville. I know about all that music. Okay, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? I like to, and see, it's a lot of 8-Ball and MJG, like the old school 8-Ball and MJG. Man, the coming out hard, beat, crazy. That beat was crazy. Coming out hard. What? Coming out hard. Mr. Big, like they don't even know about Mr. Big, man. They don't even know about Mr. Big. Like, man, 8-Ball and MJG was lit. No More, MJG, you know what I'm saying, with the No More Glory album, that was lit too. And this is what I'm saying, like, and I'm telling you, a lot of the Black American rappers were not the rappers hating on the South. It was beef between the East Coast and the West Coast, and a lot of hate from the East Coast to the South. And I'm telling you, the reason why all the rappers from the South was Black Americans. Any of them, even if I don't care, like, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, like Killer Mike and all that, you know what I'm saying, they be sometimes saying some political stuff that, you know what I'm saying, people don't agree with. All them cats is Black. All the old school South rappers is all Black American. They all Black American. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like UGK, 8-Ball and MJG, Mr. Mike, the whole Suave House, you know what I'm saying? Swisher House, of course, except for Paul Wall, but that's obvious. It shouldn't, you know what I'm saying, have to be said, right? But we on YouTube, so somebody gonna be, hey, Paul Wall white ass was in there, you know what I'm saying? Like, so we got to take care of that, right? And then, you know what I'm saying, like all them cats, you know what I'm saying, was all Black American. And the hate that was coming out of the East Coast was for all the Black American rappers. And that's why I said a lot of that stuff that was going on in hip hop was the diaspora war before the diaspora war. And if people was really like on their square, like they try to act like they was on their square, then they would have picked up on that and seen that. You know what I'm saying? You had like in one instance, you got like cats like Busta Rhymes saying all kind of wild stuff about, like, you know what I'm saying, like slighting the South, saying that like the South is messing hip hop up and stuff like that. At the same time, though, you know what I'm saying, you jumping onto every Lil Jon track that you can jump onto. Them, you know what I'm saying? Them cats is clowns. I never really liked a lot of them cats. You know what I'm saying? I never really liked a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? But like people have switched up now, and like a lot of stuff has become political now. And as a result of things becoming political, now people like going back and paying closer attention, and now they just like kind of like just throwing shots at everybody instead of actually paying attention to who the people that's the problem's been. You know what I'm saying? People been had a problem with Fat Joe. 50 Cent and Mobb Deep, you know what I'm saying? They've been had a problem with Fat Joe. That's one of the reasons, Fat Joe, one of the reasons why Piggy Bank happened, that song Piggy Bank. And then, you know what I'm saying, Fat Joe playing the line and playing the game, you know what I'm saying? Like you playing the game, the little Irv Gotti Murder Inc. game, you know what I'm saying, and causing beef, you know what I'm saying? You're going to get Jadakiss on the track and Joel Ortiz and all that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's always been little shady stuff, right? But like, people don't be talking about it in terms of that. Yeah, Busta was one of the one, like, okay, so, but like, and this is why I'm not surprised. Like when Busta said what he said about, like, you know, Black Americans and all this, he said the same thing about regional, you know what I'm saying, regional slander. Well, you know, like they not bringing it like how they bring it in, you know what I'm saying, the East Coast, yada yada yada. Because like the thing is that like if you, like I said, if you disrespect in the South, right? If it wasn't for if the South didn't exist, none of this stuff would exist, right? So you trying to basically go in on the people that are like the predecessors of all of this stuff, even that stuff that you doing. So like to me, like when I hear somebody like Busta Rhymes or somebody like that that's from the East Coast, when I hear you going at the South or when I hear you going at the West Coast, I'm looking at it like, oh, you going at Black Americans. You feeling some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Because your family and you didn't come from the South. And New York had them. In New York, they did have a machine, but New York had the machine because them folks was up there. It's not a big concentration of them. All them folks, you know what I'm talking about? Judge Judy and all them, you know what I'm saying? They was up there. And they was linked in with Benzino in the Source magazine. It was all, the Source magazine is responsible for a lot of rappers. You know what I'm saying? And the Source magazine is in partnership with other media, and you know who run the media. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there was this, that whole thing, they had the money, right? Because them folks, they gave the money to the mafia and they gave the money to whatever other type of business endeavors that was going on. So they would hand them out some money. You know what I'm saying? They didn't really have, see, like the reason why, like Master P, you know what I'm saying? People from the South, it's a reason why it's more independent rappers from the South than it is from anywhere else. And the rappers from the South was banging for independence. They didn't have that J pipeline to be able to get the money and the loans and all that. They had to do it independent. Cat like Master P just can't go up to Fifth Avenue in Manhattan and go to the Hit Factory and run into Jam Master Jay. That's not happening in New Orleans. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Shatera. What's good with it, Shatera? A-Ball and MJG not about to go outside and see one of these record executives walking down the street. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a different environment. So they had to adapt to their environment. Look at all them cats, Scarface, all the independent people, the independent rap stuff, the independent rap movement, it all started from the South. And it started from the South because they didn't have no distribution. All the people that was from the West that was independent. Like Ice Cube was one of the independent pioneers from the West. He didn't have no distribution. Now, how did Eazy-E get plugged in? Eazy-E had the J plug. Eazy-E was a lucky dude from the West Coast that was able to get the J plug. I don't know if y'all know the story about Bone Thugs and Harmony, but they had to hike across country to meet up with Eazy-E because you're not just going to see no record executive walking down the street in Ohio. Bone Thugs and Harmony had an album out in Ohio called Faces of Death. And that album was dope. It was when they was kids. They sound like a parental advisory, you know what I'm saying? Crisscross. You know what I'm saying? It's this song called Flow Motion on there. Listen to Crazy Bone verse on Flow Motion. That's the verse that got them signed. You know what I'm saying? But you ain't gonna see, you're not gonna run into a Irv Gotti or run into a Jam Master Jay, you know what I'm saying? Or one of these people, a P. Diddy. You're not gonna run into none of them in anywhere other than in New York. You know what I'm saying? So the environment was different. I went and seen Big Boy at the House of Blues, you know what I'm saying, a couple years ago. Big Boy, that's another one. Big Boy, undoubtedly Black American. Like, you know what I'm saying? Big Boy is an undoubtedly Black American person. Like, Big Boy, one of the people, like, it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? And again, like, that's why I be asking, like, how, like, I'll be hearing people like that. You didn't know who this person was, or this person was blending in or on some camouflage stuff. Like, what? Like within all of that, get with the Kamala Harris stuff, right? Within 5 seconds, I would be asking questions. Yeah, P talk about distribution all the time. I got love for Master P, man. Master P was, No Limit was so dope back in the day, man. No Limit was so dope. You know what I'm saying? They had some good artists, man. They had Mia X. They had Fiend. You know what I'm saying? They had C Murder. I like C Murder. You know what I'm saying? Snoop Dogg was with No Limit for a minute. Mystical was with No Limit for a minute. You know what I'm saying? They had, like, man, no Limit, and they had some good songs. Bout It, Swamp Ninja. Like, man, what? Swamp Ninja is still one of my favorite songs. Swamp Ninja, Swamp Ninja, Swamp Ninja. Master P. What? Man, that song with Usher and Chris Brown, the Master P song is lit. You know what I'm saying? I think it was that wasn't Chris Brown. That was Usher and Chris Brown made that song Party. Usher made that song No Limit, and it had, I think Master P was in it and Young Thug was in it. No limit. Usher crazy. He said, "I'ma see murder, murder that." Usher walk up to your girl ear and just go in her ear and be like, "I'ma see murder, murder that." No limit, man. As I said, you gotta watch. I don't know where I be seeing these videos on YouTube about, you know what I'm saying, people them let their woman out. They'll let their woman out to a concert, you know what I'm saying, and you know what I'm saying, they got ushered or they got Chris Brown, like, you know what I'm saying, like, man, what you thinking, bro? Like, come on, man. You gotta be realistic about stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't you heard Usher's song, "Don't Bring Your Lady Around Me," true player for real. I'm a player for real. You ain't listen to the music? You know what I'm saying? I ain't letting my girl around no nigga that say no shit like that. Alone? Like what? You know what I'm saying? For real. Usher got receipts on that. You know what I'm saying? Usher got receipts on that. He ain't no studio gangster. Usher got receipts. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, shout out to Shatira. Shatira said, "Mystical, I smell smoke, still go hard." Yo, did you listen to that album called The Mind of Mystical from before he was on No Limit? Talking about that boot camp click, man. That used to be my cut. AW1 said, "Yo, Rob, he did one of my all-time favorite wrestling songs." Who did? Usher did? Hey, Chris Brown, I didn't know that he had like some type of beef with the Migos. Man, he did a song, I think it was Quavo. He lit Quavo up on that song. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, "What's going on with this lady? Do I even need to ask?" She mad. She looked mad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, The Mind of Mystical was dope. That was on Jive, bro. That's back when Jive was lit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Jive had E40 and the Click and all that. You know what I'm saying? Hurricane, but you can call me Slurricane. Hurricane, strong enough to start a engine, main. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, look, shout out to DC. DC said, "Just got caught up in the stream, got me laughing." You know how crazy my folks in VA, they'll call you a Bama, bro. They'll be like, "Slim, you a Bama." You know what I'm saying? I know how them DC niggas be talking, the VA niggas. "Slim, you a Bama." You know what I'm saying? You like that Bama Nas? I don't know what's wrong with you, Slim. You know what I'm saying? That's what they'll say to you. Yeah, Jive had Too Short. It was lit back in the day, bro. It was lit back in the day. Yeah, man. I kicked it in the DMV before, man. Look, listen. This is why I'm telling you, I be knowing this stuff. Ask Torian. Like when a couple years ago, when I first came across Torian's channel, one of the first comments that I left in one of his videos, I was like, "Bro, are you from the DMV?" I like Torian Rain's voice. Like Torian is like the blueprint voice of the DMV. Like this one, if you know, like if you've been around and you know people, if you listen to Torian and you can't tell that he's from the DMV, this is what I'm saying about people getting fooled. Like I don't understand how you like. I know people down to where you from just by how you talk. Like, come on now. And Torian was like, "Yeah, I'm from the DMV. Like I know you is. I could hear it all up and through your voice." You know what I'm saying? Like if you've ever listened to Torian Rain Reloaded on YouTube, you will recognize how people talk when you go to the DMV and you get around some black people. You know what I'm saying? And because you know, and people like, you know, sometimes like I don't know if there's a white DMV accent or not. You know, like it's kind of like a white New York accent and a black New York accent. Sometimes the accents be kind of different. So I don't know if it's a white DMV accent or not. But the black people DMV accent, yeah, Torian black DMV accent for sure. For sure. Like been there all his life. You know what I'm saying? For real. You know what I'm saying? And then what's crazy is that I don't know if now DC Precise, I'm sure you've been down to what was it called? Prince George County. DC Precise can vouch me on this. I don't know where it is. because I don't know how it works down there. It's been a minute since I've been down there, but there's a place in Washington, D.C. called Columbia Heights. And I think Columbia Heights is on the border of Prince George County. But yeah, Cannon Hotep, Baltimore for sure. For sure. You know what I'm saying? Undoubtedly. You know what I'm saying? What's old dude name that had the beef with Tariq? Taharka Bay, Morris World TV, undoubtedly Baltimore, undoubtedly. You know what I'm saying? Like how I'm saying, like, you know, Lil Flip, undoubtedly Black American, Hotep, Cannon Hotep, and Morris World TV, undoubtedly Baltimore, undoubtedly, no question in my mind. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But who else? Yeah, so immediately when you get into Prince George County, southern accents turn on. I never seen, well, actually I have seen something like that, because it's kind of like that in Ohio. Like once you get to Columbus, immediately southern accents turn on. But like when you get to Prince George County, it go from like the DMV type accent to southern. Like this, like now we talking about southern accents immediately. Like when you cross that line, like it's wild. Because we was at the shopping plaza, because like in Columbia Heights they got a lot of malls and a lot of like stores, and we was going through some stores, and we had drove like right up the street. I think I was going to Verizon or something like that from my phone. Immediately when we went into the Verizon store, everybody had a southern accent, and I was like, did we go to a different state or something? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to crew. Yeah, Maryland is the South. That's facts. That's facts. Man, y'all got me dying laughing, man. We up here, we wasted the whole hour. We wasted the whole hour. Look, we about to not do this, and we about to look at this interview real quick. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit that bell, take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream. Hold on, oh, here it is right here. Okay, all right, cool. Let's get it. Let's look at this. And you know, like, back to that whole thing, right? I think that when we be having these conversations and when we be chopping it up and we be talking about this kind of stuff, I think that this is proof right here that a lot of people be fronting. You know what I'm saying? This is proof that a lot of people be fronting. And this is what I be telling y'all, man. People be fronting. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that people be feeling some kind of way when they come to the chat. You know what I'm saying? And they be feeling some kind of way when they come to the chat, because you can say whatever you want to, but a lot of times what people do is, like, when people start feeling some type of way or they can't debunk somebody's talking point, that's when people start talking that like, I'm gonna start tethering you up. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, I be saying a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't agree with a lot of times, but you can't do that with me. If you try to do that with me, I don't even need to respond to nothing like that, because you're going to look and sound crazy. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna look and sound crazy. So, and because that kind of thing won't work on me, and people be just wanting to troll, I think, like, people be like, man, I'm about to just slide out of here. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go somewhere that's a little bit easier. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre for being a like enforcer. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all enforce them likes. Get on that quality assurance. You know what I'm saying? A shout out to Shatera. You know what I'm saying? Shatera been checking out my content for a long time before I even got on YouTube. She could definitely vouch. You know what I'm saying? Any story that I've told over a duration of time or anything. Shout out to Tammy Dorsey. What's good with it, Tammy? It's not a lot of people on YouTube that really got where, like, they can be like fact checked on some. Yeah, I've known this person for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Like, and like I said, you know, I think, you know what I'm saying, people be kind of sensitive behind stuff like that. Be kind of weird, especially in today's world. Because like I said, you know, it's a lot of stuff that be going on today that I don't really feel. I don't really rock with it. You know what I'm saying? You know, I just be looking at it. I be kind of like, okay, you know what I'm saying? So let's check this out, man. How many of y'all seen this? I think that this was really bad. I don't know why they allowed Kamala Harris to do this. I think that this could be a huge detriment to her campaign. How many of y'all think that this helped her? If you guys think that this helped her, give me a thumbs up. If you guys think that this hurt her, give me a thumbs down. Let me know.
Madam Vice President, thank you for the time.
Thank you. It's good to be with you, Brett.
You know, voters tell pollsters all over the country and here in Pennsylvania that immigration is one of the key issues that they're looking at this election, and specifically the influx of illegal immigrants from more than 150 countries. How many?
Shout out to DeAndre with the fuck shit. You know what I'm saying?
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
Shout out to DeAndre. You know what I'm saying? For standing on business for 20 months. Make sure y'all show him some love.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Oh yeah, Black Spider, you say you afraid to watch. Listen, it's bad. Yeah, I agree. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, Rob, them questions wasn't even hard hitting or gotcha. They were fair questions that politicians should be getting. Yeah, I was actually about to say Kamala Harris actually went on the how she, if you ask me, how she's been getting criticized for going on the easy interviews, for going into enemy territory, for going into the conservative side, for going to the visiting team. This guy here, he actually gave her an easy interview too. He really took it easy on her. And like, that's not being talked about. Like, they acting like he just like misogynied her to death. This was like, because she was the one that was actually hostile. He kind of just, you know what I'm saying, was trying to steer and get answers. You know what I'm saying? She really was kind of wild on this. You know what I'm saying?
Illegal immigrants would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have. And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but
right now,
just a number. Do you think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point.
Like, he asked a question and she tells him, let's just get to the point. He is trying to get to the point. He asked a number and you're not giving a number. Let's start there. Let's start there, right? I want to we're going to break this down. We got the quality assurance stamp. You know what I'm saying? We're going to put the quality assurance stamp on this. We're going to break this down. Did y'all see that? He asked her what the number was. She didn't answer with a number. He tries to redirect her to get a number, and she tells him, let's just get to the point. He's trying to actually get you to get to the point. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. It's good to be with you, Brett.
You know, voters tell pollsters all over the country and here in Pennsylvania that immigration is one of the key issues that they're looking at this election, and specifically the influx of illegal immigrants from more than 150 countries. How many illegal immigrants would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have. And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but just a number. Do you think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay, the point is.
So he's trying to get her to the point, and she tells him, let's just get to the point. And the point was, what's the number? Somehow, me pointing that out is me bashing Kamala Harris and telling people to vote for Trump. Make it make sense.
Is that we have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
So your Homeland Security Secretary said that 85% of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have
it's a rough estimate of 6 million people have been released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get to the question. I promise you.
And he actually already did get to the question. He just gave up on it because she wouldn't answer. And again, so here's my question for you guys. Who now the media is saying that she got bullied and all this, right? This is what bullying looks like, I guess. You know what I'm saying? So now here's my question. This isn't even a contentious interview. So imagine her talking to Xi Jinping or Kim Jong-un or Vladimir Putin, and she can't even handle this guy. And again, I agree with Patrick. This guy here is actually like a journalist professional, right? If you ask me, he was being professional with her. He was being professional with her. You know what I'm saying?
going to talk about.
Yeah, but
right now,
just a
which
number.
is-
Do you
but-
think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay, the point is that we have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
So your
And-
Homeland Security Secretary said that
Well, no,
85% of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have
It's a
an
rough
immigration
estimate of
system
6 million people have been
needs to be-
released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get to the question. I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
And when you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of Trump border policies. Most significantly, the policy that required illegal immigrants to be detained through deportation, either in the U.S. or in Mexico. And you switched that policy. They were released from custody awaiting trial. So instead, included in those were a large number of single men, adult men, who went on to commit heinous crimes. So looking back, do you regret the decision to terminate Remain in Mexico at the beginning of your administration?
At the beginning of our administration, within practically hours of taking the oath, the first bill that we offered Congress, before we worked on infrastructure, before the Inflation Reduction Act, before the Chips and Science Act, before the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called
And-
the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the elite. Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding,
But
please?
So again, she's doing that. I don't think that he needs to let her finish responding because he asked her the question about the numbers twice and she refused to respond to that. So once you've already established that you don't have enough respect to where I can't expect you to finish my questions, I'm just going to try to get out as many questions as I can and hope that you answer some of them or either try to clarify whatever it is that you're saying. Yeah, and shout out to Carlton. I don't know if Carlton's still in here. Carlton probably fell asleep. But DeAndre said, after this interview, I think it will be pointless to interview her. She will never answer a question. I can't wait till she blamed Trump. This interview, for the most part, was about Brett asking questions and her talking about Trump. For the most part, right? I don't think that. Honestly, here's how I think this will work out mathematically. I don't think that she picked up any support from Fox. Like any of that audience, any of that conservative audience, I don't think she picked up any new support. I think that this interview is possibly so bad that this interview could negatively affect her existing Democrat support. I think that's what we got going on here. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
But
you have to let me finish.
You had the
please.
White House and the House and the Senate,
I'm
and
in
they
the
didn't
middle
bring up
of
that bill.
responding to the point you're raising,
Okay.
and I'd like to finish.
Yes, ma'am.
We recognized from day one that, to the point of this being your first question, it is a priority for us as a nation and for the American people. And our focus has been on fixing a problem. And from day one, then, we have done a number of things, including to address our asylum system and put more resources, getting more judges, what we needed to do to tighten up penalties and increase penalties for illegal crossings, what we needed to do to deal with points of entry between border entry points. That's the work we did. And we worked on supporting what was a bipartisan effort, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, to actually strengthen the border. That border bill would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border, which is why I believe the Border Patrol agents supported the bill. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States, which is a scourge affecting people of every background, every geographic location in our country, killing people.
Now, here goes my question. You guys hear what she's saying, right? My question for you all is, what question is she answering? What question is she answering? Does anybody know what question that she's answering? What's going on here? What is she addressing?
Would have allowed us to put more resources into prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, which I have done as the Attorney General, former Attorney General of a border state.
Madam Vice President, a couple of things.
Prosecuted trafficking of drugs, guns, and human beings. And Donald Trump, but let me just finish.
6 Democrats voted against that bill.
Learned about that.
Hey, shout out to Patrick. Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, man, Rob, I text my cousin who's all in for Kamala. I asked her, are they serious about this woman? And her response was, Trump bad. Hey, do y'all got those Easter Island head emojis in the chat? Those the monolith emojis. Put them Easter Island head monolith emojis in the chat because we are monolith. Oh, man. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said Trump's stump speech alert. Right. Right. Shout out to DC Precise. DC Precise said, compare this versus Trump at the NABJ. He's not going for a gotcha moment. A lot of the alleged black journalists were grandstanding. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's not going for a I don't think so, at least. I think he's just trying to get the answer done. I think he kind of just wants to get the answer to the question and move on. I just see somebody who's at work and he's just trying to do his job. Like, this guy to me seems like one of those type of people who, like, he's a person that's going to work and he wants his work to be like quality so that he's regarded as like a respected person at work. So to me, like, it seems to me like this guy is going for a quality interview and he's just not able to get it because Kamala Harris is just not cooperating with basic interview etiquette. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching, man. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. We got to take a moment for a quality control check. We got to take a moment for a quality control check. And we are out of compliance, ladies and gentlemen. We are out of compliance. We got 36 live viewers and 36 likes. We got to get 6 likes to get into compliance. And we got a plus minus standard deviation. So, you know what I'm saying? 34 likes to get us the 100s in the chat.
That bill and told them to kill it because he preferred to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And in this election, this is rightly a discussion that the American people want to have. And what they want are solutions.
Shout out to Anita Hug and shout out to Mama Zeke. What's
not
good
playing
with y'all?
Political games with the issue,
I hear you.
But actually is focused on fixing
6
it.
Democrats voted against that bill. It would have allowed 1.8 million illegal immigrants into the country a year. A lot of conservatives had a problem with it. These are the 6 Democrats. But more importantly, back to the original premise, Jocelyn Nungari, Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, they are young women who were brutally assaulted and killed by some of the men who were released at the beginning of the administration, well before a negotiated bipartisan bill. Former President Clinton actually referred to Laken Riley Sunday, campaigning for you in Georgia, saying if those men had been properly vetted, Laken Riley probably would not have been killed. So if it wouldn't have happened, this is well before any negotiation. This is well before Donald Trump got involved in the politics. This is a specific policy decision by your administration to release these men into the country. So what I'm saying to you, do you owe
Brett,
those families an apology?
Let me just say, first of all, those are tragic cases. There's no question about that. There's no question about that. And I can't imagine the pain that the families of those victims have experienced for a loss that should not have occurred. So that is true. It is also true that if a border security had actually been passed 9 months ago, it would be 9 months that we would have had more border agents at the border, more support for the folks who are working around the clock, trying to hold it all together,
Madam Vice President,
to ensure that no future harm would occur. And this election in 20 days will determine whether we have a president of the United States who actually...
Listen, I'm going to tell you guys this. Anybody who has any questions about anything with the border, check out the channel on YouTube called Undocumented, right? And check out the Undocumented Bros videos. If you search in YouTube, the Undocumented Bros, they'll come up, you know what I'm saying? Or Undocumented. Let me ask you guys this question. Do you all think that if people watch the Undocumented Bros or Undocumented, they will be able to effectively fact check Kamala Harris's rebuttal here? Let me know what you guys think.
Cares more about fixing a problem, even if it is not to their political advantage in an election, because there was a solution, Brett.
Madam Vice President, it was a policy.
Fuck shit alert. Hold on, we got some fuck shit in the chat.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
Hey, is Kamala Harris keeping it 1,000? She ain't keeping it 1,000, man.
Decision in the early part of your administration. I will let one of the mothers talk about it. Take a listen.
Because of the Biden-Harris administration open border policies catch and release, they were enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program. This meant that they were released into the United States. It was not even a full 3 weeks later that they
Hey, we got hey, we gotta do the Reaper. We gotta do the Reaper impression. And you know, the Reaper keep it 1,000. I seen Kamala Harris on there tonight. She went on there and she was talking to the Fox News. I think the guy's name was Brett, and she got on there and she was talking kind of crazy, kind of sitting up there sounding like sounding like old girl on Corey Holcomb, and if you know like I know, then she ain't really say too much, The Reaper keep it 1,000. I sat there and watched that interview, for the whole 26, 27 minutes, and I said, oh, she must have been doing this interview for Trump, The Reaper keep it 1,000. I tried to follow the interview and I kind of just couldn't really keep up with what was going on because it really wasn't nothing going on. And every time Kamala Harris opened up her mouth, she was sitting up there talking
just like a woman. That's because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. The Reaper keep it 1,000.
Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said it's been way more than 3. That's because I was self-promoting my channels. I gave my channels in my playlist that we talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
It would take my daughter Jocelyn Nungare's life. I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
That's the early days. So do you owe them?
Hey,
tell you that
that's how John Jones got his. That's how John Jones got his only loss in the UFC, or not his only loss. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day, you know what I'm saying, when he was undefeated when he first came in, he did that Reaper werewolf style to this dude named Matt Hamill, them 12-6 elbows.
He going along with the Fox shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows, werewolf style.
Oh, look, hey, look, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. The Reaper, undoubtedly Black American. Like, there's no questions there. Like, there's no confusion, no question, no anything. Undoubtedly Black American. You know what I'm saying? I think that's why I relate to his humor so much, man. He be cracking me up.
So sorry for her loss. I'm so sorry for her loss. Sincerely. But let's talk about what is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions. Let's talk about that as well. Brett, in all fairness, I told you, I feel
that's true
for what she and her family have experienced
during that time.
That's actually true. Yeah, you actually right about that, Anita. I would agree with you. Shout out to Michael R. What's good with it, bro?
You said repeatedly that the border was secure. When in your mind did it start becoming a crisis?
I think we've had a broken immigration system transcending, by the way, Donald Trump.
Michael said, how did you even find that dude? Bro, I watch the Reaper every morning. Every morning. He usually be live right when I get up and start doing stuff and I'm about to start making coffee and getting my day started. The Reaper be on. I be making my coffee like Reaper, keep it 1,000. Reaper. Oh man, I be dying laughing, man. Oh man, shout out to AW1. AW1 said, Rob, I wonder what would happen if you interviewed her. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Trump's administration, even before. Let's all be honest about that. I have no pride in saying that this is a perfect immigration system. I've been clear. I think we all are. That it needs to be fixed.
Maybe a lot of edits, maybe not. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a lot of edits, maybe not.
We need more. I was just down at the border talking with border agents, and they will tell you, and I'm sure I know you investigate and you are a serious journalist. They will tell you, we need more judges. We need to process those cases faster. We need the support for those cases that should be prosecuted. They need more resources, and Congress ultimately is the only place that's going to get fixed, Brett. Well, that's how this system works.
That's the premise of this question. There were 90+ executive orders.
So black people who work to help white supremacy, which is this guy right here, says it's funny how Robb sides with the far right wing when it comes to Kamala. How do I side with the far right wing? You know what I think is interesting? I think it's interesting how you literally support her undoubtedly to the point where she's making campaign mistakes, and making campaign mistakes causing her to lose. If she would listen to my critiques, she would win. I'm starting to think that you're an agent. I'm starting to think that you are helping white supremacy sabotage Kamala Harris's campaign. And listen, I'm going to tell you something, bro. I don't care how many times you pop up in my comment section. You understand what I'm saying? I don't care how many times you go to the gym. I don't care about none of that. I record my live stream right from your kitchen if I feel like it, and have you make my coffee. Now, explain to me how I sound like a black conservative Klansman. You're lucky you in the comments section, because I'd make you if I was right in front of you. But I'll wait. I'll be patient. And also, tell me what I've said that if Kamala Harris hadn't listened to, that she would be doing worse. I think you're the type of person that likes to set women up for failure. Because I'm definitely not setting Kamala Harris up for failure. Because if Kamala Harris had to listen to any of my live streams and had me on her campaign team, she'd be far ahead of Trump right now. What are my talking points? List my talking points in the comment section. What are my talking points? And again, I've never made it a secret that I'm more favorable to certain conservative ideas. However, I'm not a conservative. And it don't matter how many times you repeat it, I'm never going to be a conservative. You could look up my records. I've never even voted because I don't believe in a political system. I believe in extra political means. Officer Tatum is not even smart enough to talk about extra political means. And neither are you. You're not even smart enough to use the shift button. So what are my talking points? Because all of the people that you try to group me with, your little guy crush club that you beat your meat to, I don't even have the same talking points as them. So tell me what my talking points are. What are my talking points that are the same as Officer Tatum? You must have missed the video that I made about Officer Tatum, the multiple videos that I made about Officer Tatum. That's interesting. So you're not answering the question. So I'm pretty sure right-wing people for Trump tell people to vote for Trump, right? And Amazing Lucas is entitled to do what Amazing Lucas does. Let me ask you this question. Who did he vote for last election? Because I guarantee you he voted for somebody that I didn't vote for. I need you to type into the chat who he voted for last election. And I also need you to drop a couple lines about the straight pride parade that he went to with Milo Yiannopoulos and some of the transcript from the Jesse Lee Peterson interview. I told you want a history lesson? Because I'll tell you two things that I've never done. I've never gone on Jesse Lee Peterson, and I've never been to a straight pride parade with Milo Yiannopoulos. So I guess those would be, different points of view. Yeah. Okay. Well, I never voted for Trump. And I've exposed Trump multiple times. If he was exposing Trump, why didn't he do a video about the Nazi boat party that he had in Florida that I talked about in my live stream earlier? And why didn't you? As a matter of fact, why are all the videos on your page about black people and you haven't made any videos about Blood Tribe? You haven't made any videos about the Nazi boat party that Trump had. You didn't make any videos about Trump bringing Nick Fuentes, who Amazing Lucas actually discussed on the Jesse Lee Peterson interview. Did you hear what Amazing Lucas had to say about Nick Fuentes on the Jesse Lee Peterson interview? So I'm just curious. Anything else? I could care less if you check into that. I think the best place for you to check into would probably be a coroner's office somewhere. Remember when you was kissing my ass in AB Promotions chat? Because I did those videos going in on Trump and JD Vance about how they lied about the Haitian migrants. And I told you, nigga, fuck you. I don't give a fuck if you like my content or not. And I don't give a fuck if you approve of it or not. You remember when I told you that shit? Bro, that shit still flies. I don't give a fuck about what the fuck you check into. You know what I'm saying? We square? You know what I mean? We square? This nigga said, I'll check into that. Yeah, go do some quality assurance. Shout out to Lloyd Scott 9. Lloyd Scott 9 said, too many undesirable breathers out here, bro. Facts. Shout out to KO Kid Fit. KO Kid Fit said, LMAO, first thing I hear is a roast. This dude is in here why don't you send your boss in here, bro? Send your boss in here and we could talk about what the straight pride parade is like. You know what I'm saying? Send your boss in here so he could tell us all about Milo. You know what I'm saying? Send your boss in here so he could tell us all about how a Jesse Lee Peterson interview is. Because all of that is all shit that I don't have any experience in. Fuck you coming over here talking crazy to me. I told you, bro, what you need to do is pull up at the crib and come talk crazy to me while you able to. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Miss Niecy. What's good with it, Miss Niecy? What y'all think about the customer service? Did we get the quality control on that? This dude said that I told people to go vote for Trump. I don't have to do no content. This nigga don't pay no membership. This nigga don't pay no super chats. This nigga don't do shit. And expect me to do some type of content because he wants it done. The fuck kind of delusional fantasy world you living in? Like I'm gonna do some shit for free. I just want to ask this question. Nigga, you think you punking me or something, bro? I really want to know. You think you punking me? You think I'm gonna do some shit just because you want me to do it without no payment? Without no contract? Without no agreement? Is that what you think? Nah, he can stay. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna do shit but make another account anyway. It ain't worth the keystroke. And it's a nice little break. You know, sadly, people like drama, right? Like we could sit here and talk about some intellectual shit all day long, and we have, 20, 30 people in the chat. But when we start getting on some bullshit, you know what I'm saying, the numbers start going up. If you was make it happen then. If you was in my face, I wouldn't do shit. Bet you I would. You might not even get to my face, bro. I don't play. You only 2 hours away and you haven't even showed up yet. You the one come in. You the one that think you tough. You the one think you saying all this and saying all that. Bro, I'm inviting you. Like, you're going to walk up on me in the middle of the street and be like, stop making that YouTube content. Man, man, they going to need all the dogs to find where you at. You come running up on me talking crazy like that. I don't care where you working. Jersey is only, what, 6 hours away? Something wrong with your internal map? That still ain't that far. You that convinced, you that compelled, you that triggered by my content, come make me stop making it. That's for anybody on YouTube. Anybody on YouTube or anybody anywhere. I don't care about your gym membership. I don't care about your creatine. I don't care about none of that. You ever step to me, I'm telling you, I'm going to be the only one walking away from that shit. And they're going to be printing up airbrush shirts for you. Sure do. Shout out to Tammy. Tammy said, Rob, you live in that beautiful 2A states, don't you? Sure do. Sure do. And I love a good stalker, because make sure that you stalk, and then make sure you go ask around about the people that you see me in the pictures with. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Miss Nisi. Make sure y'all show Miss Nisi some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Miss Nisi, funding the organization and paying for breakfast for your man down there. Come make me not use this drop.
In Springfield, there
don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like Frosties where they said Hello Kitty. But it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Shout out to Miss Nisi. Definitely appreciate you, Miss Nisi. Now, y'all know that y'all seen earlier in the chat, right? A Trump supporter paid me for this drop. And you see, right? Look. Literally nothing was done about it. Nothing was done about it. Shout out to Greg McNeely. Greg McNeely said Trump's response to David Muir's question was funny as fuck. We lost the election by a whisker. Trump be cracking me up, man. He's hilarious. Look, I just said Trump is hilarious. He cracks me up. Did I say vote for him? No. Anybody going to do anything about it? No. I want y'all to understand this. Every time that I stream, every time that I post a comment on somebody else's YouTube channel, every time I post a community post, what that's telling you is that this guy is a liar, because this guy said that he's going to physically stop me from making content, and I'm telling him that him or his boss or anybody in his camp or anybody that he knows ain't gonna do a goddamn thing, and I'm gonna make YouTube YouTube content when, where, and how I want to. And I will continue to do that shit untouched and unbothered. And even if he do try to physically stop me, I'm going to still continue to make YouTube content. untouched and unbothered. And what's going to end up happening is y'all going to ask where he been at. He ain't been in the comment section. So this is day 2. Day 2. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Win Loser Rug. Make sure y'all show Win Loser Rug some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Win Loser Rug. Win Loser Rug says, away from my computer, but I got to help fund the organization. Yo, I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show Win Loser Rug some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Win Loser Rug for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Win, lose, a rug, funding a box of bullets. Win, lose, a rug, funding a box of bullets. Shout out to Uncle Murder. Win, lose, a rug, buying me some bullets. You can run but can't hide from the bullet.
That were rescinded in the first days. Many of those were Trump border policies. I'm not going to stay here because there's other things to talk about, but you frequently talk to the Border Patrol Union for support of that bipartisan bill, and they did. They supported it. But they also just endorsed Donald Trump and said, you've been, quote, a failure with border security. Why do you think they said that?
I think they're frustrated, and I get it. They want support. They want support, and that's what that border security bill would have done. These guys down at the border, these men and women, they're working hard. They're working around the clock. I get it.
There's a lot of people that look back at what you said in 2019 when you first ran for president. And there have been changes, and you've talked about some of them. When it comes to immigration, you supported allowing immigrants in the country illegally to apply for driver's license, to qualify for free tuition at universities, to be enrolled in free health care. Do you still support those things?
Listen, that was 5 years ago, and I'm very clear that I will follow the law. I have made that statement.
Bro, for one, I don't go around trying to fight people. You in my comment section harassing me and my subscribers. We didn't seek you out. We didn't talk about you. I haven't made a video about you. Right? So that shows me that you have a mental problem. First and foremost. Second of all, another thing that shows me that you have a mental problem is that your boss is somebody that voted for Trump. Your boss voted for Trump. I never voted for Trump, and I never told anybody to vote for Trump, and I'm definitely not MAGA. Third of all, you gonna definitely get hit with that iron because, like I said, I live my life and don't try to fight nobody, and I'm a 44-year-old man. I ain't got time to be sitting up there fighting nobody, bruh. I'm old. I got a career. You're going to get left split on that concrete, and I'm going to walk away like you ain't shit but an insect that I just took out. So as far as, quote unquote, your definition of a real man, real men build with other men. Real men don't go around causing fights about debunked lies. Now, you want to tell me about being a real man? What are you doing? What are you doing right now, bro? And I could use my fist if I want to. I got a black belt in Taekwondo. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to. Because I don't like to fight. And I don't start fights. You started this fight. I would never even mention you had you not thought you was some type of boss. But see, you think that you a boss. And you ain't no boss. And I have no problem with reminding people that they're not the boss. Shout out to Antithesis. Make sure y'all show Antithesis some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat from a man Antithesis on behalf of the March of Dimes.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. You just bought me some bullets. Shout out to Tammy. Make sure y'all show Tammy some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Tammy for funding the organization. Oh, you know what? Actually, I owe Antithesis that other drop. Hold on, I got you. Hold on. Tammy said, Rob, your next stream should be titled Indoctrinated Bros. Yo, facts. If y'all agree with Tammy, throw some flames in the chat.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
All right, we got to run it back. We got to run it back to antithesis. Hey, black people who work to help white supremacy, enjoy the music.
In Springfield,
So don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians, somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Gone overseas where they said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there, it's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. And got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cat. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Drop that cat is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Drop that cat is crazy. Yo, get the screenshots out. Get the screenshots out. This dude just said Trump 2024. Didn't I tell you guys that this dude was an undercover agent working for the Kamala Harris working for the Trump campaign to sabotage Kamala Harris, giving her bad advice and causing gaslighting to have them doing the wrong things on the campaign trail? Didn't I tell y'all that? Look, homeboy just put in the chat, Trump 2024. He off to work, about to go work at Trump Towers. You know what I'm saying? He said he over there on the East Coast. He said he over there on the East Coast. So, you know, when people are agents, they got to try to make it look like other people are agents. That's how they survive. That's how they get down. That's how undercover cop is. You know what I'm saying? So the dude that is actually getting a paycheck from Trump and undermining anybody that's putting out helpful critique to Kamala Harris, he wants to try to silence and disarm that so that Trump can continue to steamroll her, right? So, and then he actually accidentally slipped up, didn't realize that he was signed in under this account, and leaves the chat going to work at Trump Towers for the Trump campaign saying Trump 2024. Got him.
What kind of shit is that?
I'm gonna tell you what kind of shit that is. That's the fuck shit.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows, werewolf style.
He said he said real men beat people down with their elbows. Hey, shout out to Antithesis. Make sure y'all show Antithesis some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for the Power Tool Fund. You know what I'm saying? For the Power Tool Fund. Definitely appreciate you, bro.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Cash rules everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Shout out to AB. What's good with it, AB? Shout out to X Marks the Spot. What's good with it, X Marks the Spot? Did anybody else come in? Let's see. Thought I missed somebody. All right, my bad. My computer running kind of slow. All right, let's get it. Real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button, make sure y'all smash that like button. Also, if y'all haven't hit that bell, make sure y'all take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Shout out to AW1. AW1 said, yo, Rob, you getting paid today. Hey.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
I'm rich, bitch.
I'm trying to make my own opportunity economy. I'm trying to make my own opportunity economy because, you know, Kamala Harris said it, right? This is one of the times that she said the truth. $5,000, child, you can't make a business with that. Kamala Harris said, "Child, you can't make a business with only $5,000, right?" Yeah, we trying to get the opportunity economy popping off over here.
Over and over again, and as Vice President of the United States, that's exactly what I've done. Not to mention before.
If that's the case, you chose a running mate, Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, who signed those very things into state law. So do you support that?
Hey, yo, shout out to AB. Hold on real quick.
Are very clear.
Yo, AB, I don't know, I was watching your video, and it was some parts, I don't know, like, if the microphone was working or not, but, like, I kind of had sped through it. And, yo, that was crazy with Sabby Sabs and that dude. And I think shout out to Michael R. Michael R had actually sent me the full video of that Sabby Sabs versus that dude. But that was wild, man. That was wild. Yeah, he did. I actually talked about that, Tammy. Shout out to my man J007. Yo, I appreciate you, bro. J007 said, "I've been waiting for you to cover this nonsense. We about to get it. We about to get it." I've been BSing. You know, y'all know I'll be getting on the tangents. Y'all be getting me on the tangents too. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm just playing. I'm about to blame y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to blame y'all. Shout out to J007, man. I appreciate the $10 super chat. You know what I'm saying? The meal is on the house today.
In Springfield,
Don't push me, ain't Donald Trump trying to grab him by the... Said it was some Haitians somewhere out in Springfield. Women doing cartwheels.
Have you seen Garfield?
Have you seen Snowball? This about to snowball. I'm about to go off. I can't let this go on. Miss me like an airball. Tell me when my cat is cough it up like a hairball. I gotta tell them if they even put the fingernail on Santa's little helper to turn them to hamburger helper. Somebody better help them, cause I'm going to jail for showing them fellas helter skelter. Usually I'm content, but if you touch my dog, then I'm turning into John Wick. I'm lit. Bird better drop it. If you touch my pet, then I'm pulling up like CrossFit. Said Hello Kitty, but it ain't there. It's right here in your city. When I turn my back, now the cat goes missing and where my peoples is at. Does anybody know where he took with that? Cause I heard they putting claws on felines, I'm mad. And my cat disappeared just like Felix the cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat. Got paid back. Thought she was a goner, but the cat came back. If you ain't a pussy cat, say drop that cat. Drop that cat. Drop that cat.
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Eat the cat, eat the cat. They're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
Drop that cat.
Hey, shout out to AB. AB said the big girl had it rolling. Hey, what have me rolling is how she just drop out, like she just fall out the she just fall out the sky and then be breaking it down. Y'all remember that game, Dance Dance Revolution? She one of them, you know, she was one of them people when Dance Dance Revolution was popping. She took that shit serious. She would be on, like, if you know, back in the day when Dance Dance Revolution was popular, she would be one of them people, bro, like you would never get a chance to play because she was on that shit from the time the arcade opened up to the time that it closed. She was a Dance Dance Revolution like Strickler, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man J007. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show J007 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for 007. Growing the organization and funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. How many of y'all used to play Dance Dance Revolution? I ain't gonna lie. I used to that used to be lit on karaoke night. I used to be on Dance Dance Revolution. You know what I'm saying? I'll be messing up too. I'll be all off beat. You know what I'm saying? I'll be all slow. I'll be stepping on the things after the lights went off. But I used to have so much fun playing that game.
And I'm very clear, as is Tim Walz, that we must support and enforce federal law. And that is exactly what we will do.
So decriminalizing border crossings, like you said in 2019.
I do not believe in decriminalizing border crossings, and I've not done that as vice president. I will not do that as president.
So these are evolutions that you've had.
Well, let's be very clear. I'm the only person who's running for president who has prosecuted
Hey, what's crazy? This part right here was crazy. This part right here, like she went into robot mode. Like she was like, hold on, wait a minute. And then like she just said a repeated talking point that didn't have anything to do with what was going on. That was kind of weird. How many times have we heard her say that? I've prosecuted transnational gangs. I don't know what that really has to do with like the border crossings that are occurring, right? I mean, we know that like, you know, Trinde Aragua and Clan del Golfo and all that, right? Like we get it, but like it's beyond border crossing with them. They're already here. Now there are more people trying to come over, but I don't know how like this was a moment of we're gonna stop this conversation and we're gonna bring this to this. Like I'm not getting the connection there. Did y'all get that? Like this was literally robot mode right here. She said, hold on, wait a minute. I'm the only person that's prosecuted these transnational gangs. I think homeboy was confused, like,
And I will not do that as president.
So these are evolutions that you've had.
But let's be very clear. I'm the only person who's running for president who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations, from the Sinaloa cartel to the Guadalajara cartel to people who have...
She said to the Quotel. She said to the Guadalajara Quotel.
President.
So these are evolutions that you've had.
But let's be very clear. I'm the only person who's running for president who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations, from the Sinaloa cartel to the Guadalajara cartel to people who have trafficked in guns, drugs, and
shout out to Lois. What's good with it, Lois?
A significant part of my career going after people who present a threat to the safety of the American people and cross our border with the intent of doing us harm and cross our border illegally. And I will do that work as vice president. I take that work quite seriously.
This is a time when voters, especially here in Pennsylvania, are inundated with commercials and ads. They just want it to stop because it's every commercial. But many of them add noise, but a few of them seem to break through. This particular one from the Trump campaign has gotten a lot of attention.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
That's insane. Like I don't know. I don't even know what to do with that right there. I don't know what to do with that right there. You know what I'm saying? Can we say Kamala Harris? Shout out to Kamala Harris. She's officially with the fuck shit.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows. Werewolf style.
Hey, the Reaper said, I'm about to change on your ass. That's exactly what they talking about. Kamala Harris about to pay for these. Kamala Harris about to pay for these changes. I told y'all she with the fuck shit.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows. Werewolf style.
She about to pay for the change.
And ads, they just want it to stop because it's every commercial. But many of them add noise.
Hey, look, if you ask Kamala Harris if she got any change, it's a whole different meaning.
A few of them seem to break through. This particular one from the Trump campaign has gotten a lot of attention.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery. For prisoners. For prisoners. Every transgender.
See this right here? This right here? See this? Hold on real quick.
One from the Trump campaign has gotten a lot of attention.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
That makes me, this right here, this makes me extremely uncomfortable. I think, I don't know, maybe it's because of my age. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not ready. You know what I'm saying? I'm not ready. I'm not ready. You know what I'm saying? For that. I'm saying, if y'all ready for that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all not ready for that, give me a thumbs down. I don't know why that so you wait till you get to jail to do that. I don't this is very odd to me. And you know, aside from it being very odd to me, I kind of think that there's higher priority stuff to deal with. know what I'm saying? I kind of think that there's higher priority stuff to deal with than this.
For prisoners, every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
So are you still in support of using taxpayer dollars to help prison inmates or detained illegal aliens to...
Now, I want to shout out to the fellas, right? Shout out to the fellas. Now, if you ever dealt with a light-skinned woman, or, you know, like a woman that just, you know, like a woman that... Now, this does happen with dark-skinned women. It just kind of looks a little bit different, right? But if you've ever dealt with a light-skinned woman, you know what I'm saying, or a woman that's not black, when it comes to the women that's not black, I don't know how to do it like with the skin distribution, you know what I'm saying? But I would go as far as to say like a light-skinned woman, or like just a darker non-black woman, right? You see that vein that's on the side of Kamala Harris's forehead? See, it's shaped like a V. Like there's a vein that's coming down into her eyebrow, and then it's a vein coming out from like in the middle of where her hairline is, going directly to her eye, and it's making like a triangle. You see that vein? You can see it like it's popping up off her head, and it's shaped like a U. If you ever dealt with a light-skinned woman or a woman that's not black, and that vein pop up, there's about to be some serious issues. You know what I'm saying? There's about to be some serious issues. I'm just warning y'all. You know what I'm saying? Put y'all on the game. You know what I'm saying? It's about to be some serious issues. Get out, go away, get out the room. You know what I'm saying? Leave the situation. Things are about to go all bad. And see what's crazy about that vein. You see how Kamala Harris is starting to get that smile? They get that smile, and the vein be popping out. So you like look like you about to have a stroke, but you smiling. That is not good. Okay? That is not good. Shout out to my man AB Promotions, man. I appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show AB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for AB. AB says Kamala is done. She done. She avoided interviews all this time, and now she goes on Fox. Stick a fork in her, bro. Facts. I said that this was a bad idea, right? I said I would just continue out the way that things have been. I wouldn't necessarily try to readjust and then save like the work. You know, I wouldn't save the biggest challenge for the last. I would have front loaded this. Like I would have got this done up front. You know what I'm saying? This would have been the first thing that I did. If this was the most challenging thing on my task list, I'd have got this out the way first, right? I really wouldn't have left this as the thing closest to putting the ballot in the box to leave a taste in the voter's mouth of what went on here. Because you already know this isn't going to be the best because you on visitor territory, right? But because she's surrounded by a lot of agents and a lot of false supporters that tell her that anybody that critiques her tells her the wrong thing, the actual agents who are actually working for MAGA coaxed her to go onto this knowing that she wasn't prepared, and now we see the results of it. So this is another lesson in keeping the right people around you, right? Because when you got people that are not actually for you and they claim that they are, and they attack the people that critique you, right, and say that you're not doing anything wrong, and then they set you up to fail, those is the people who are really the effective insiders. If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Let's just ask this question. If Kamala Harris had to listen to everything that I said, critiquing how she's been doing this campaign, how much better do you think that she'd be doing? Do you think that she'd be doing okay, or do you think she'd be doing not so good? Let me know. I can't remember if I did the drop or not, so shout out to AB Promotions. About to get another one anyway.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Shout out to Cindy. What's good with it, Cindy? Shout out to Shaka. What's good with you, bro? Shout out to Rick Guillory. What's good with you, Rick? Make sure y'all show Rick some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Rick. Rick said, Kamala campaign ahead in the polls. Why is she doing all these interviews? First, they didn't want to do any interviews. That's what I'm like. If what you're doing, if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? So she might have been getting critiqued and people have been saying she's not doing any interviews. If it's not affecting your lead, don't go off the course of what's working, because if you're winning, you know what I'm saying, and the winning is working, they're trying to get you to go off the course so that you start losing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patrick. Patrick said, well, we don't want her to have listened to you, Rob. Right. But maybe if she listened, you know what I'm saying, she has some better packages for her politics. But you know, she's not gonna listen. She ain't even listening to the interviewer. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Rick, man. Make sure y'all show Rick some love. Throw some flames for radiation emoji and some ducks in the chat for Rick, funding the organization.
Cash rules everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Shout out to Alonda. Alonda said, Rob, I just woke up. Shout out to Alonda. Wake up, wake up, wake up. You know what I'm saying? It's the first of the month.
You still in support of using taxpayer dollars to help prison inmates or detained illegal aliens to transition to another gender?
I will follow the law. And it's a law that Donald Trump actually followed. You're probably familiar with, now it's a public report that under Donald Trump.
Now you see how her face lit up? Like she thought she did something right here. Look at her face. Her face all perked up and lit up like, ooh, I got this one.
Of using taxpayer dollars to help prison inmates or detained illegal aliens to transition to another gender.
I will follow the law. And it's a law that Donald Trump actually followed. You're probably familiar with, now it's a public report that under Donald Trump's administration, these surgeries were available on a medical necessity basis to people in the federal prison system. And I think, frankly, that ad from the Trump campaign is a little bit of like throwing stones when you're living in a glass house.
The Trump aides say that he never advocated for that prison policy and no gender transition surgeries.
You know what? You got to take responsibility for what happened in your administration.
Yeah, no surgery.
So that's important, right? She just said you got to take responsibility. Look at her. Oh, look at her face. Oh, look at her face. She got that smug. She got that mean smug. Oh, that's what you call a mean smug. You know what I'm saying? She mean smugging him. She mean smugging him. Shout out to Darkstar 22. What's good with it, bro? She mean smugging him. You got to take accountability, sir. If that's the case, right? Is that the rule? Is that established? Are we going to use that as a guideline now? You have to take accountability for what happens in your administration. Her words, right? She said this. Me personally, if I was advising her, I'd don't do that. Don't say that. That's it. Don't say that. Look what she just said. You gotta take responsibility now. Ooh, she thought she did something
on a medical necessity basis to people in the federal prison system. And I think, frankly, that ad from the Trump campaign is a little bit of like throwing stones when you're living in a glass house.
The Trump aides say that he never advocated for that prison policy and no gender transition surgeries.
You know what? You got to take responsibility for what happened in your administration.
Yeah, no surgeries happened in his presidency.
It's in black and white.
Would you still?
Again, so is this the rule? Is this the standard of where we're going from here on out? See, because this is the problem, right? She said this. Here it is. She said it. So are we going to use this as a standard? If we're going to use this as a standard, we could run a lot of stuff back. Right. Shout out to Shaka. Shaka says she drew her own fuck around and find out graph. Right. So if we use this as a standard, when we're running down the line and we're comparing events, people can't come in and be like, you're just bashing her. She set the rules. Kamala Harris herself said, well, you got to take responsibility for what goes on during your administration. That gives us a 4-year period of evaluation. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Now, when we come in with the clipboards, because somebody them call corporate, and we about to run quality control on these last 4 years, what's quality control going to look like? What's the QA going to look like? We got morning meeting. Who bringing donuts?
Necessity basis to people in the federal prison system. And I think, frankly, that ad from the Trump campaign is a little bit of like throwing stones when you're living in a glass house.
The Trump aides say that he never advocated for that prison policy and no gender transition surgeries.
You know what? You got to take responsibility for what happened in your administration.
Yeah, no surgeries happened in his presidency.
It's in black and white.
Would you still advocate for using taxpayer dollars for gender reassignment?
I will follow the law, just as I think Donald Trump would say he did.
You would have a say as president.
Like I said, I think he spent $20 million on those ads.
Hey, she put it like I said, like I said. like I said,
presidency.
in
So
black and white.
would you still advocate for using taxpayer dollars for gender reassignment
I will
searches?
follow the law, just as I
you have a
think
say
Donald
in
Trump would
this.
say he did.
You would have a say as president.
Like I said, he spent $20 million on those ads, trying to create a sense of fear in the voters because he actually has no plan in this election that is about focusing on the needs of the American people. Whereas, $20 million on that ad.
Real quick shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all being here. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share this stream to your social media. All right.
Issue that, as it relates to the biggest issues that affect the American people, it's really quite remote. And again, his policy was no different. Look at where we are, though. On plans for the American people, I'm offering a plan to deal with affordable housing. I'm offering.
We gotta pay tribute to the upper limit. We've hit our upper limit. We hit our QC upper limit. We hit the perpetual 50. We got to pay homage to the 50. Make sure y'all hashtag 50 in there.
This is the hardest record out.
Shout out to DC. DC said, I'm bringing bagels and write-ups for everyone. Y'all have been warned again. Facts, bagels and write-ups. I'm bringing warm bottled water. Everybody got to bring something. If we don't get 100% of people bringing something, we can bring it. We got more write-ups. Shout out to Shaka. Shaka says, so is she saying she doesn't agree with it, but she's going to keep doing it because she's following the law? Yeah, and she's saying that. And she's saying that whatever happens during your administration is your responsibility. She's also saying that, which is interesting. She looking kind of shocked right there. She looking kind of surprised. She looking like, who, me? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. What's good with you, bro?
Bring a plan to deal with what we need to do to strengthen small businesses, which are the backbone of America's economy. I am offering a plan that is about taking care of young parents and giving them the support they need. My plans for the economy will strengthen the economy, as have been reviewed by 16 Nobel laureates, Goldman Sachs, Moody's, and recently the Wall Street Journal, which have all studied our plans and have indicated my plans for our economy would strengthen our economy, his would make them weaker, would ignite inflation and invite a recession by the middle of next year. Those are the facts.
Why do you think more people say they trust him on the economy than they trust you?
I think that when you look at an analysis of our plans for what we would do as president of the United States, it has been clear to those who study and understand how economic policy works that moving forward, because I do believe the American people are ready to turn the page on the divisiveness and the type of rhetoric that has come out of Donald Trump. People are ready to chart a new way forward, and they want a president who has a plan for the future and a plan that is sound and will strengthen our country. My plan for the economy does exactly that. His plan would be, again, to give tax cuts to billionaires and the biggest corporations in our country and blow up our deficit.
It's interesting you said turn the page, Madam Vice President. You were asked on Tuesday.
Yep. Shout out to Shaka. Shaka said, every young parent taking care of women. Y'all caught that? Yep. How many of y'all heard that? If y'all heard that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't hear that, give me a thumbs down. And then she wonders why she's struggling with quote unquote male support.
Strengthen small businesses, which are the backbone of America's economy. I am offering a plan that is about taking care of young parents and giving them the support they need. My plans for the economy will strengthen the economy, as have been reviewed by 16 Nobel laureates, Goldman Sachs, Moody's, and recently the Wall Street Journal, which have all studied our plans and have indicated my plans for our economy would strengthen our economy, his would make them weaker, would ignite inflation and invite a recession by the middle of next year. Those are the facts.
Why do you think more people say they trust him on the economy than they trust you?
I think that when you look at an analysis of our plans for what we would do as president of the United States, it has been clear to those who study and understand how economic policy works that moving forward, because I do believe the American people are ready to turn the page on the divisiveness.
Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. What's good with it, Brooklyn
Queen? The
Queen?
type of rhetoric that has come out of Donald Trump. People are ready to chart a new way forward. And they want a president who has a plan for the future and a plan that is sound and will strengthen our country. My plan for the economy does exactly that. His plan would be, again, to give tax cuts to billionaires and the biggest corporations in our country and blow up our deficit.
It's interesting you said turn the page, Madam Vice President. You were asked on 2 different shows last week what, if anything, you would do differently than President Biden.
Look, now check this out, right? This is another on the bullseye, right? She said turn the page. How do you say turn the page when it's literally been you in office for the last 4 years? How does that work? how exactly is the page supposed to get turned voting you in if you've been in for the last 4 years? I don't understand that. It's not really that's not really turning the page, right? Shout out to Patrick. Make sure y'all show Patrick some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Patrick. Patrick said, no way she wouldn't be a figurehead if she won. I agree. If y'all agree with Patrick, give me a thumbs up. And shout out to you, bro. Definitely appreciate it.
Silence. Silence. I ain't got no money, pa.
Somebody make it make sense. Somebody make this make sense.
Amount of Donald Trump, people are ready to chart a new way forward. They want a president who has a plan for the future and a plan that is sound and will strengthen our country. My plan for the economy does exactly that. His plan would be, again, to give tax cuts to billionaires and the biggest corporations in our country and blow up our deficit.
It's interesting you said turn the page, Madam Vice President. You were asked on 2 different shows last week what, if anything, you would do differently than President Biden. Here's what you said.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
So if that's the case, then how is her presidency going to be different than the Biden administration? Not only is she drawing from Biden administration, Biden era policy to create the new policies that she's advocating for everybody, but if she said, I wouldn't have done anything different, then how can you say I'm not going to do anything different, but at the same time say that my presidency is not going to be anything like the Biden presidency? How does that work? Explain that, how that connects? Does that, if that makes sense, give me a thumbs up. If it doesn't, give me a thumbs down. So she's basically saying in this clip here, yeah, I would do everything that Biden did. I wouldn't change anything that I did because I agreed with all of Biden's policies and decisions while I was in office. And then she turns around and says, my presidency would be nothing like a Biden presidency, but I wouldn't change anything though. Like, I don't understand I don't understand how that can all take place and be the same at the same time. It doesn't make any sense.
Blow up our deficit.
It's interesting you said turn the page, Madam Vice President. You were asked on 2 different shows last week what, if anything, you would do differently than President Biden. Here's what you said.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Under a Harris administration, what would the major changes be and what would stay the same?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm obviously not Joe Biden. And so that would be one change in terms of, but also I think it's important to say with, 28 days to go, I'm not Donald Trump.
So you're not Joe Biden, you're not Donald Trump, but
that didn't answer the question at all. Like, I don't know what happened there, but literally no information was produced. The only thing that happened is that zero information was produced. Right? So now again, right? Y'all saw earlier in the chat, I got accused of quote unquote Trump talking points. I don't know how that would be a Trump talking point, but there was no information produced there. Where was the information? If there was somebody explain the information that was produced in that exchange, because clearly any type of disagreement with Kamala Harris is Trump support. I don't understand I don't understand where she went with that.
Nothing comes to mind that you would do differently?
Let me be very clear. My presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency. And like
how will it not be though, if you said that you're gonna do the same things as Joe Biden, and you're evidencing that by pulling from Biden era policy to create your policies? How is your president? Okay, I hear you, right? And I've heard everything that you said. With everything that you said, show me the pathway to a presidency different from Joe Biden's.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Under a Harris administration, what would the major changes be and what would stay the same?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm obviously not Joe Biden.
I know.
And so that would be one change in terms of, but also I think it's important to say with, 28 days to go, I'm not Donald Trump.
So you're not Joe Biden, you're not Donald Trump, but nothing comes to mind that you would do differently?
Let me be very clear. My presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency. And like every new president that comes into office, I will bring my life.
Of course, your presidency won't be a continuation of the Biden presidency. It would be the Kamala Harris presidency. So technically, that's a true statement. But playing the silly game, right? So that's a true statement, right? But what the question is all of the things that Joe Biden has done incorrect that people are not satisfied with. Are you going to continue doing those things or not? The current evidence shows that you draw from those existing policies to expand to create your new policies.
Experiences, my professional experiences, and fresh and new ideas. I represent a new generation of leadership. I, for example, am someone who has not spent the majority of my career in Washington, D.C. I invite ideas, whether it be from the Republicans who are supporting me, who were just on stage with me minutes ago, and the business sector, and others who can contribute to the decisions that I make about, for example, my plan for increasing the supply of housing in America and bringing down the cost of housing, addressing the issue of small businesses, which is about working with the private sector.
I'm not trying to be funny, man, but, I don't have a problem with telling people that I be hating on certain stuff. I can be a player hater at times. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can be jealous or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that I can be entitled to things. I don't have a problem with saying that, right? So in saying that, I'm going to ask y'all this. How many of y'all have ever watched a supervisor or a manager or like somebody that's in a high paid position, somebody that has a job, and you know that that job is getting paid significantly more than you're getting paid, and the person is a verifiable idiot? You know for a fact, it's not even you, that in that instance, you're not hating. That you know that you're smarter than the person. And this person is making so much more money than you, doing so much better than you in life. Like, look at Kamala Harris. She's competing to be the vice president of the United States. Not only am I just massively more intelligent than her, I know people that are I know people that are, I work with a lot of brilliant people. I'm not even close to one of the smartest people that I work with, right? Any of my coworkers could leave her in the dust. You know what I'm saying? And like, none of us get paid anywhere near what she's getting paid or what she's able to get. It's just crazy. I just look at things like this and it blows my mind. You know what I'm saying? It blows my mind. A lot of how many people have ever worked at a place where like you look at the supervisor and you know like the supervisor they can't do the line job. They can't do the line job. And yet, like, they are like so wild and crazy on you and like try to make sure that it's perfection, and they can't even do it. Like, if you said, show me how to do what it is that you're, managing me on, they can't even do it in a timely fashion, but they expect you to have it done like in these time constraints. I'm looking at her like, you're the president of the United States. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, how is this interview this difficult? Like my freshman, not even my freshman level, my sophomore classes in high school were more difficult than, you know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't even anything that you have to study. Like, you can't recall the last 4 years of your life at work. That's all this is. What did you do at work for the last 4 years? I can tell you what I did at work for the last 4 years. Easy. Like, easy. I could demonstrate what I did at work for the last 4 years. You can't answer what you did at work for the last 4 years, and you're getting paid massive amounts of money. Like, that's insane. You get free plane rides. You get a free place to stay. Like, it's just crazy, man. This is insane.
Sector to bring more capital and access to capital to our small business leaders, including my plan for a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers, and for small businesses, extending the tax deduction from $5,000 to $50,000.
We've heard a lot about those plans in recent days. Your campaign slogan is a new way forward, and it's time to turn the page. You've been vice president for 3.5 years. So what are you turning the page from?
Well, first of all, turning the page from the last decade in which we've been burdened with the kind of rhetoric coming from Donald Trump that has...
We've been burdened with rhetoric coming from Donald Trump for the last decade. I don't know if she's aware of this, but like if she wins and Donald Trump loses, it's possible that Donald Trump could run for president again. Like, so that won't be the end of the rhetoric. And the Trump rhetoric also is not anything new. She said turning the page from the last decade. How do y'all feel about how she's answering these questions? Like, what do y'all think about this? And real quick, shout out to everybody watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed the like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. We got 58 people watching and we got 63 likes. If we just need, what do we need? 5 more people. 5 more people to get to 1-to-1. I'm tripping, man. Shout out to John. John said, Rob, what just explain about someone getting on you about your job that they can't do? I'm literally experiencing this at one of my jobs I work now. Yeah, bro, it's frustrating. I'm telling you, it's frustrating. Thank goodness I don't deal with that at any of my jobs. I've dealt with that in the past before at jobs, and like when we had different people, like different management and different corporate people and stuff like that. Thank goodness, like it's not like that now. You know what I'm saying? For the most part. But yeah, man, I just look sometimes. See, I'm not trying to be funny, but like usually I don't have to deal with that kind of at my job because like I kind of for one, I kind of go with the flow, and for two, I kind of don't get messed with really because, you know, there's a different type of like there's a way that people who are like big can be physically intimidating, and then there's a way where people who are smart can be kind of intimidating. I'm kind of a combination of both, so I kind of people kind of come at me in a different way, so I don't really deal with that too much. But you know what I'm saying, I do have the thoughts in my head like, man, this dude is an idiot, you know what I'm saying? And I think that like people know like that I could, if I wanted to, like I could just decide to like just go complete, like I could just go crazy on you, just really make you look bad in front of the wrong people if I wanted to. So like they just kind of don't be like, they don't really want to have no smoke or no static, you know what I'm saying? But you know. Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, even if you're working, it feels like slavery with dealing with WS on a job. I dream of working for an all FBA company one day. Now, I never worked for an all FBA company, but I have worked at there was at one point at the company that I work at. Now, corporate, they had some white people, but corporate wasn't really ever in the building. But we had a Black American woman as the person who was the head person in charge. She completely destroyed the employee environment. Like she completely destroyed the morale. She destroyed the place for no reason, just because she wanted a bigger bonus. Nobody told her to. Everything was doing good. You know what I'm saying? All of our inspection, like there was literally nothing going on. But she wanted to get the budget down to where she was able to get a really nice bonus. And she completely destroyed the place and had like a really nice new car like within like 3 months. And then she quit. And then they hired her back and took her somewhere else to another building because she was really good at cooking the books. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know, I was kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like she drove a lot of good people out of there, like just, you know what I'm saying? It was just really bad. didn't want to pay overtime. Just, this like really, you know what I'm saying?
Addressing the issue of small businesses, which is about working with the private sector to bring more capital and access to capital to our small business leaders, including my plan for a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and for small businesses, extending the tax deduction from $5,000 to $50,000.
We've heard a lot about those plans in recent days. Your campaign slogan is a new way forward, and it's time to turn the page. You've been vice president for 3.5 years. So what are you turning the page from?
Well, first of all, turning the page from the last decade in which we've been burdened with the kind of rhetoric coming from Donald Trump that has been designed and implemented to divide our country and have Americans literally point fingers at each other. Rhetoric and an approach to leadership that suggests that the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down instead of what we all know. The strength of leadership is based on who you lift up. The strength of an American president, which is one who understands that the vast majority of us have more in common than what separates us.
Madam Vice President, more than 70% of people
that is
tell
about turning the page on rhetoric that people are frankly exhausted of, Brett.
More than 70% of people tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump.
And you're responsible for what goes on in your administration. Her words, right? Right?
Has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam,
I can't believe she said this. I'm not trying to be funny. I don't know how to say this without being extremely misogynistic. So I'm going to just not say anything. But what she just did right there, I don't like that. That's some shit that'll make me immediately act a fool. I don't like that. That shit right there. I don't like that shit at all. I'm not trying to be, I won't even, that shit there happens. We won't ever even have, we will never talk again. Look at this. Look.
Rhetoric that people are frankly exhausted of, Brett.
More than 70% of people tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
You see that right there? Don't ever, if we're having a serious conversation, don't ever answer me like that. Don't ever answer me like that. You're gonna get your feelings hurt so badly, and then you will never hear from me or see me again. I don't care if you meant to or not. If you didn't mean to, I don't have no business talking to you. And if you did mean to, then I'm just definitely doing the right thing, because how dare you insult my intelligence like that? Listen. He's running. Man, y'all would have been like, ooh. If that was me in a conversation, or that was me in that interview, she had said that to me, y'all would have been like, oh, damn, Rob. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on,
Madam
you
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about.
And then the smile afterwards.
Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Ha! I'd have been like, have a good day, Kamala. Have a good day. Matter of fact, not even have a good day. I'm going to give you more. Have a good life. No, sir. No, sir. Shout out to my man, John Guillory. Make sure y'all show John some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for John. John said, hey, Rob, sorry about my grammatical errors earlier. I'm crazy tired right now. I was like, just like a woman. You know what I'm Now, right here, Kamala, that's what she doing.
Just like a woman. Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman. Reaper keep it 1,000.
Reaper crazy.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the marching times.
Yeah, see, shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said, my daughter stopped trying that at 3. Yeah. Dun, nah. You're not about to be no grown woman. No. Don't talk to me like that. See, I'm not trying to be funny. Like, the intent and the motive behind her doing that is the same place that male aggression comes from. It's just expressed different in a woman. That's aggression and bullying what she did right there. You know what I'm saying? And women express that in a different way than men do. I'm telling you, I'd have been gone. I'd have the interview over. You know what I'm saying? And you ain't getting none of the tapes. And I'm gonna decide what I do with the editing. Just going somewhere, man. Have security walk her out. You know what I'm saying?
You and I both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is that over the last decade.
Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, "Rob, your misogyny is showing, bro." I've never lied to anybody. I've always put that out there. You know what I'm saying? Immediately, I can be misogynist. You know what I'm saying? I can be misogynist. You know what I'm saying? Ways that I feel, things, how I am, my worldview. In today's world, warning, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can be considered misogynist. If me maintaining my self-respect in the face of someone attempting to berate me and disrespect my intelligence, which is one of my most valuable assets and one of the things that I have that I've worked the hardest to obtain and maintain, if me defending that and using that because a woman is attempting to come at me crazy, if that makes me a misogynist, I proudly wear misogyny, you know what I'm saying, on my sleeve, and I'm not going to and won't go to jail for it, and nothing will happen. People will just call me a name. Hey, you're a misogynist. Hey, guess what? You know what I'm saying? I'm about to go clock in tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like here's here's the thing, right? Like, there's a term for that, right? So they'll be like, yo, I'm a misogyny. I'm a misogynist, right? Yo, I appreciate you, Miss Niecy. They'll say, like, I'm a misogynist, right? But like, my question is, what do you consider that she just did? Passive aggressiveness? That's not the right way to be either. But we just gonna not pay attention to the passive aggressiveness, right? And we're gonna look, oh my God, like, Robb was so rough. Like, Robb was so rough. Like, yeah, I guess I was just rough. You know what I'm saying? So take that as a warning. I don't know what else to tell you. I can be rough. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'll tell you something else about I can be rough. I can be rough has literally never been a reason that I've ever been turned down. You know what I'm saying? Put you on the game. Just saying.
People have become, but listen, over the last decade, it is clear to me, and certainly the Republicans who are on stage with me, the former chief of staff to the president, Donald Trump, former defense secretaries, national security advisor, and his vice president, one, that he is unfit to serve, that he is unstable, that he is dangerous, and that people are exhausted with someone who professes to be a leader who spends full time demeaning and engaging in personal grievances and it being about him instead of the American people. People are tired of that.
If that's the case, why is half the country supporting him? Why is he beating you in a lot of swing states? Why, if he's as bad as you say, that half of this country is now supporting this person who could be the 47th president of the United States? Why is that happening?
This is an election for president of the United States. It's not supposed to be easy.
I know, but
it's not supposed to be. It is not supposed to be a cakewalk for anyone. So are they misguided, the
50%? Are they stupid?
Oh, God, I would never say that about the American people. And in fact, if you listen to Donald Trump, if you watch any of his rallies, he's the one who tends to demean and belittle and diminish.
Let me ask you guys this question. During this interview, right? So far, the interview is 18 minutes and 52 seconds, right? A total of 26 minutes and 56 seconds. Has Kamala Harris sold you on a reason to vote for her? That's my question. That's a great picture too. I should screenshot that.
The American people. He's the one who talks about an enemy within, an enemy within, talking about the American people, suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
We asked that question to the former president today. Harris Faulkner had a town hall, and this is how he responded.
I heard about that. They were saying I was like threatening. I'm not threatening anybody. They're the ones doing the threatening. They do phony investigations. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the greatest gangster. No, it's true. No, but think of it. It's called weaponization of government. It's a terrible thing.
So,
Brett, I'm sorry, and with all due respect, that clip was not what he has been saying about the enemy within that he has repeated when he's speaking about the American people. That's not what you just showed.
He was asked about that
No, that's not what you just showed. In all fairness and respect to
you, that was
you,
the question that we asked him.
He didn't show that, and here's the bottom line.
Did you see? She got on the get your hands off me. Like she took it to that type of like, no. See, like, don't give me stuff. I don't like that. I don't like that.
That clip was not what he has been saying about the enemy within that he has repeated when he's speaking about the American people. That's not what you just showed.
He was asked about that
No, that's not what you just showed. In all fairness and respect to you,
that was the question that we asked him.
You didn't show that, and here's the bottom line. He has repeated it many times, and you and I both know that. And you and I both know that he has talked about turning the American military on the American people.
She mad. Look at. You see the vein? See the vein right there? Yeah, she is right on this one. You know what I'm saying? She right on this one. How many of y'all ever seen this face before? If y'all ever seen this face before, give me a thumbs up. If you haven't, give me a thumbs down. Sometimes when you see this face, you be like, man, it's about to be a rough day. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, shout out to Crew. Crew said you see his face, he would have snapped if not at work. Yeah. The dude kind of looked like he got like a plastic face. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's just do y'all think so? His face kind of interesting. You know what I'm saying? She's so mad. Like, man, you got to have a poker face, man.
He has talked about going after people who are engaged in peaceful protest. He has talked about locking people up because they disagree.
Look at that. She mad. She mad. She mad.
Agree with him. This is a democracy. And in a democracy, the president of the United States, in the United States of America.
Oh, look, all the mad faces coming. Look at that.
Democracy. And in a democracy.
She was Cruella de Vil mad.
The president of the United States in the United.
Look at it. Look at that, man. Look at that. She's lit. Look at that. Got her.
United States of America should be willing to be able to handle criticism without saying he'd lock people up for doing it. And this is what is at stake, which is why you have someone like the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying what Mark Milley has said about Donald Trump being a threat to the United States of America.
Shout out to Mo Facts.
He's
What's good with
Bob Woodward, but that way, yes. Let me ask you this, Madam Vice President. You call Donald Trump. You call Donald Trump. He's misguided. You say now he's unstable.
He is unstable. Brett.
He's not well. You say he's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe.
It's good. So Trump's not well.
Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
I told you, man. Look, shout out to Black Free Thinker. Black Free Thinker says she damn near went Darth Masala on this dude. Listen, man. I told y'all about Dark Kamala. Didn't I tell you about Dark Kamala when her eyes turned black and she got that black Saturn blouse on? Man, just pay attention. It'd be some pictures where you could see dark Kamala. I'm like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, when's she gonna tell us her demon name?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room, and he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump
But you
is.
talked about.
You hear how she did that? You hear how she did that? Brett, don't do that. Don't do that.
Is mentally not stable?
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room, and he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett?
Did you have Brett? You see that? Don't do that. How many? I'm gonna give y'all some game. Shout out to the ladies in the chat. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all might not know this. If you ever address your man like that, if you were able to read minds and you knew what was in his head, you would probably call the police and never talk to him again. Word of advice. Do as much as you can to reduce addressing a man like that. Don't do that. Don't do that. That is not good. And I'm going to tell you why it's not good. There is something in men that when a woman addresses them like that, it hits some type of visceral nerve. And the outcome can be an argument. And hopefully that's all it ends up being, is an argument. First and foremost, your man should respect you. You know what I'm saying? Y'all should have mutual respect, but don't never let it get to the point to where you address your guy the way that she just addressed him. That is not good. That is not good. You know what I'm saying? That is not. I'm not trying to be funny. That talking to me like that. I don't tolerate that type. I don't tolerate that type of disrespect from men. I'm not going to continue to engage after this is done. Oh no. You going to first name me? Oh no.
This to the Situation Room, and he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And Donald Trump.
I'm not trying to be funny, but I will growl at you and show my teeth. You do that. You know what I'm saying? You'll be like, yo, this dude just turned like it. I shout out to the Reaper. I'll be them turned into a werewolf for real.
He going along with the fox shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows. Werewolf style.
Now you talking about dark Kamala? Address me like that, you're gonna see dark Robb come out. And I ain't even gonna be able to control it. Dark Robb just gonna be out. I'm be already growling at you and showing my teeth, and my eyes gonna be black too.
Donald Trump
But you talked about it.
And Donald Trump
After George Clooney said within a few minutes of talking to President Biden at a fundraiser that he thought this was not the same Joe Biden that we saw on the debate stage.
Donald Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. You met with him at least once a week for 3.5 years. You didn't have any concerns?
I think the American people have a concern about Donald Trump, which is why the people who know him best, including leaders of our national security community, have all spoken out, even people who worked for him in the Oval Office, worked with him in the Situation Room, and have said he is unfit and dangerous and should never be president of the United States again, including his former vice president, which is why the job was open for him to choose another running mate. So that is a fact. That is a fact.
Madam Vice President, two more things. You were asked on 60 Minutes about the biggest threat that the world faces, that the U.S. faces. This is what you said.
Which foreign country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands. Okay, this attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles. What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
A number of experts thought you would say China. The FBI director had said that. But you said Iran. If that's the case, what do you say to critics who look at the actions of your administration and say you're not acting like Iran is the #1 threat?
Well, I will tell you most recently, whether it was in April or in October, in the several hours on each occasion that Iran posed a threat to Israel, I was there. Most recently in the Situation Room, in the most recent attack, working with the heads of our military and doing what America must always do to defend and to support Israel in its requirement to defend itself. And
now, what's interesting about this, right, when it comes to a lot of these politicians, and you guys probably have noticed this because you guys are all brilliant and very observant, right? But in case you haven't, we're going to ask this question. How many of you all notice that when it comes to talking about these politicians, when it comes to that particular topic, that one there that they're talking about right now, the one of them people that they claim got the right to defend themselves, they never don't know what to say or how to deal with questions about that. Do y'all notice that? When it comes to that, oh, they know it. There's no issue, no hesitation. They know exactly what to do. Isn't that interesting? How does that work? They know exactly what to do when it come down to that there. You know what I'm saying?
to give American support to be able to allow Israel to have the resources to defend itself against attack, including from Iran and Iran's terrorist proxies in the region.
Right.
And that is, and my commitment to that is unyielding and unwavering.
Critics just say that you either relaxed or failed to enforce sanctions on Iran, allowing all of this money to flow into Iran, like billions.
Let's go back to Donald Trump, who pulled out of a deal that would have.
Right. Shout out to Black Free Thinker and shout out to Cindy. Right. And see, this is it. So, like, what's interesting about this is that her first concern isn't even quote unquote our enemies. Her first concern is their enemies. And if you say anything about it, you're being, a religiousist, right? You're being a religiousist. Yeah. In fact, if you guys agree with Black Free Thinker, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with Black Free Thinker, give me a thumbs down. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell. And also, please share the stream to your social media. Shout out to DeAndre. We got to get them clipboards out. Let's run the QC check. Let's see where we at. Let's see where we at. Quality control commercial break. We got 62 people watching and 68 likes. If everybody could take a moment, smash that like button. We only need 6 more people, 6 more live viewers, and we'd be on the 1-to-1. But we could do plus 2. So if we get 6, then we'd be good. The clipboards, that's hilarious.
Have actually put Iran in check.
The estimates in billions
during Donald Trump's administration that Iran regime. That we had an American military base that was attacked, where American soldiers suffered traumatic brain injuries, and Donald Trump dismissed them as headaches. Not to mention how Donald Trump has
all of this money
has treated and talked about America's military and military service people.
Kamala Crash Out Harris. That should be her new name. Kamala Crash Out Harris. How many people would say that she crashed out on this interview? She's crashing out right here. And what's interesting is, if you ask me, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. This interview here was literally the conservative level Dana Bash interview, right? Like Dana Bash really babied her. She's, oh, come here, baby. Here, come put your head on my shoulder. Dana Bash babied Kamala Harris. Come hold my hand. You know what I'm saying? She babied her. Now, this guy here, even now, mind you, he's on the opposing team. You got the easy guy on the opposing team. Like, you didn't get Laura Ingraham. You didn't get Sean Hannity. Like, you didn't get any of, like, the final level bosses. You got, like, this dude who just works at Fox, and I'm a little conservative, and I'm just going to do my job because I got to sign this interview. You got him. Like, this is like, on the visiting side, this is as easy as going to get for you. So technically, like, you got the level 1 visitor team. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got the easiest difficult person. So in my opinion, this is still an interview where she got her hand held. She didn't get Megyn Kelly or like something crazy like that. You know what I'm saying? How many of you guys would agree with me? Like, what needs to be taken into consideration is that, like, all the interview, like, this guy was not even as hard on her as 60 Minutes, if you ask me. Like, the dude on 60 Minutes was a little bit more, you know what I'm saying, aggressive than he was. I don't think that he really. And see, what's interesting about it, right? And this kind of goes to prove my point on some other stuff that we be talking about. The dude from 60 Minutes didn't play with her. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't playing with her. And she conducted herself a little bit different with the dude from 60 Minutes than she's conducting herself with him. Even though he's trying to like get the answers, he's handling her with kid gloves. Like, this dude is like a gentleman. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not really gonna, I see you acting up. I'm not really gonna go there with you. I'm gonna just let you calm down. The black dude, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Answer the question. I'm gonna just sit there looking at you like you're crazy. This guy wasn't really on that. I'm just trying to get through this shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just asking the questions. Like, I'm just trying to get through this shit. You know what I'm saying? So this is proof that, like, when it comes to particular people, if you don't handle them a certain way, they'll run all over you. Kamala Harris ran all over him. If you ask me. You know what I'm saying? She man, look, she ran all over him. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kelly. What's good with it, Kelly? Shout out to Cindy. Yeah, Megan. That would have actually that might have actually ended up being a fight. Like, you know what I'm saying? Megyn Kelly and Kamala Harris. I don't know how that probably wouldn't have been good at all. That would have been like one of them like alpha female fights. Like, they would have just started scrapping. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, she ran all over this dude. And the reason why she ran all over this dude was because this dude, he's one of those guys that handled her with kid gloves. You can't do that with everybody. You can't do that with everybody. And Kamala Harris sensed it, and she sensed that this dude has a low threshold for my aggression. So when I need to kind of, you know what I'm saying, push him around a little bit, I'm going to push him around. And she pushed this dude around, if you ask me. She pushed him around. Now, as far as this being an interview with me, she wouldn't have pushed me around like that. It just wouldn't have happened. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, just like within the first sentence, just how I talk, she probably would sense like, nah, I ain't even going here. I'm not even gonna go here with him. But see, this dude here, he's kind of soft. You know what I'm saying? He's kind of respectful. And you know what I'm saying? She opportunized and see like a lot of times when it's like that, it gets seen as a weakness, and then people start pushing the boundaries even more. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew said he asked all the correct questions and didn't lose his cool. That is why he is the executive and paid more than all the others who interviewed her. Yeah, I would agree. I think he did a good job with the interview. You know what I'm saying? I'm not taking away from him as far as how he did the interview. I thought that the interview was a really good interview. All I'm saying is because of the way that he conducted himself during the interview, which, you know, was actually professional, right? It allowed for Kamala Harris to overcompensate with the aggression. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Free Thinker. He was respecting the office of the vice president. Yeah, I would agree. He was trying to be professional. You know what I'm saying? Some of them other people I don't think would have been professional. Like Laura Ingraham. Like, I don't think Laura Ingraham, like if it had got like to the level of aggression, I think Laura Ingraham would have been like, yeah, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like the same with Megyn Kelly. You know what I'm saying? Megyn Kelly would have been like, fuck you, Har. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit would have been, they would have been fighting. You know what I'm saying? Some women and women. You know what I'm saying? Kayleigh McKinney, shit wouldn't have went well. Kayleigh McKinney, that used to be Trump's, you know what I'm saying, right-hand woman. She wouldn't have, like the Trump trashing, Kayleigh McKinney wouldn't have been on that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that there for any female interviewers on Fox, I don't think that would have been a good situation at all. And then when it come to the male interviewers on Fox, most of the dudes on Fox, for the most part, they kind of hardcore. You know what I'm saying? So that wouldn't have worked neither. This dude, for the most part, he was a good interviewer, and for real, probably the only one where like they could have actually had a non-contentious interview. And he didn't make the interview contentious. He's not the one that made it contentious. You know what I'm saying? It was her, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Miss Nisi. Miss Nisi said, question, do you believe her team is sabotaging her campaign deliberately? I do. They have paid trolls that come in and, you know what I'm saying, when people are giving valid critiques, they tell them to shut up about your critiques so that they could grab a bag of potato chips and sit and watch her fall on her face. You know what I'm saying? So when you even have the paid trolls out there trying to stop, you know, your access to quality critiquing, if they're doing that at that level, then you can only imagine what they're doing with the resources at a higher level. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, her campaign might be infiltrated. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. I think that her campaign they're either inexperienced or they're doing something else. Like they're running this campaign into the ground, like you say, sabotaging it for some reason unbeknownst to us. Me personally, another thing that I don't think Kamala Harris is somebody who does a good job like thinking on the fly. I don't think some people just aren't good thinking on their feet. Some people are better off like being regimented. Some people are better off when there's not a lot of variability within a situation. I don't think Kamala Harris is one of those people that is good with that. I think Kamala Harris is probably better in a repetitive situation where she kind of doesn't have to think on her feet. I don't think thinking on her feet is her strong point. And these kind of situations cause you to have to think on your feet. And as a result of that, you know what I'm saying? I think we see the crash out here. You know what I'm saying? We see the crash out here. When has anybody ever seen Kamala Harris think on her feet? Imagine a little, now to be a live streamer, right? You got to kind of think on your feet to be a live streamer. You got to be able to multitask. How do you all think that a StreamYard live stream would be with Kamala Harris?
Critics say that it goes to
suckers and
Hezbollah,
losers
Hamas,
has diminished
and
the
Houthis. We're
significance.
talking over each other. I apologize.
I would like that we would have a conversation that is grounded in full assessment of the facts, which includes, I think this interview is supposed to be about the choices that your viewers should be presented about this election, and the contrast is important.
Yes, ma'am.
And on this,
that dude looked like if Michael Knight decided to be a newsman. Don't he? He looked like if Michael Knight decided just to be like, you know what, kid, I'm about to stop driving you. I'm about to go work for Fox. And then he just decided to work for Fox.
subject of Iran, I am offering what should be an important contrast that is presented for folks to make a decision
and there are
that they feel.
who look at what the administration did and say and think differently. Madam Vice President, they're wrapping me very hard here. I hope you got to say what you wanted to say about Donald Trump. There are a lot of things.
There's more to say. I have
there
much more to
are
say,
a lot of
actually.
things that people want to learn about you and your policies. And
See, like she's so angry, like she didn't even catch that. Like he kind of like that was like a little jab. Like I hope you got to say what you wanted to say about Donald Trump, because dummy, you spent your entire interview talking about him and didn't say shit about yourself. You know what I'm saying?
What should be an important contrast that is presented for folks to make a
And there
decision
are
that
critics
they
who
feel.
look at what the administration did and say and think differently. Madam Vice President, they're wrapping me very hard here. I hope you got to say what you wanted to say about Donald Trump. There are a lot of things
There's more to say. I have
there
much more to
are a
say,
lot of
actually.
things that people want to learn about you and your policies, and
Yes.
that's why we
I
invited
invite
you
everyone
here.
to go to kamalaharris.com, and you will see that I have 80 pages of policies that are quite comprehensive and should be accessible to anyone who would like to read them. And it includes what I intend to do about affordable housing, what I intend to do about small businesses, what I do
And that's why
intend
we
to do to
invited you
strengthen our
here,
economy,
to see where you were in 2019 and
to
where you are
support
now.
America's military and ensure we have the most lethal and best fighting force in the world.
Madam Vice President,
And
they're giving me a hard rap
well,
here.
I thank you for the time.
I thank you for the time.
It's good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He said they're giving me a hard rap here, which is crazy because clearly the vice president still wanted to talk. They they felt that they got enough. I can't imagine a company wanting to cut the interview short if the vice president is still engaging. Like they got that tired of her like that. Because you probably got to pay by the hour or whatever, right? So you know what I'm saying? Like if I had Kamala Harris there and she won't shut up, I'm taking all that time. I'm taking all that time because I know them is going to that's going to be more clips. Hey, you want to sit there and keep on talking? Go ahead. You can have all day. You know what I'm saying? We not wrapping up nothing. You know what I'm saying? They got so tired of her. They wanted her. They wanted her out of there. Look, man. Yeah, we got to go. We got other stories to talk about. That's wild. If I had a media company, like if I owned Fox and one of my news people was interviewing Kamala Harris, ain't no way I'm about to come in there. What I'm gonna tell my staff is this is the time, right? This is the expected time. All I'm gonna do is give you an expected time. So we're gonna expect about a half an hour of content, right? However, if we're dealing with the vice president, if you are somehow able to get more than the allotted time that we budgeted out for this, you take all of the time that you need, and we'll work around your schedule because we don't know when we're going to have access to the president again. Can you believe like they wanted to cut it off like that? Like, that's crazy. They got tired of her. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor. Take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please do me a favor. Take a moment, hit the bell. Now, check this out, right? Look at this. Fox News' Brett Baier claims that Harris's campaign tried to steal time from the interview, then had VP show up late. So she was late. Fox News special report host Brett Baier claimed Wednesday that Kamala Harris's campaign team paired the allotted time he had with her just before a highly anticipated interview and then had the vice president show up late. Baier, a veteran political journalist, compared the Harris campaign's tactics to a football team icing the kicker before an important field goal attempt. So we're supposed to start at 5 p.m. This was the time they gave us originally. We're going to do 25 or 30 minutes, the host explained. They came in and said, well, maybe 20 minutes. So it was already getting whittled down, Baier added. And then the vice president showed up at about 5:15. The special report host noted that Harris's tardiness made it a challenge for his production team to get the interview out at the start of his 6 p.m. show. We're pushing the envelope, Baier said. So that's how it started. And I could tell when we started talking that she was going to be tough to, redirect without me trying to interrupt, he continued, referring to the Democratic nominee's efforts to, quote unquote, filibuster during the interview and not allow him to get a word in edgewise. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How do you all feel that that's what happened? That's what went on? Or do you guys think that something else went on? I think that there was a lot of filibuster going on. Okay. I'm talking life 4 people waving their hands. It's got to stop, he said. I had to dismount there at the end. So that's what we just witnessed. He had to, you know what I'm saying, when people was waving their hands and he had to like be like, okay, it's time to go. Like she wouldn't shut up. Look at it. Look how angry. Look at that. Look at her face. She's so mad. Bear noted that he believes Harris came into the interview with the goal of cramming in her talking points, regardless of the question asked. Well, it's interesting. He believes that, right? But if you ask me, I don't think that there's any need to believe that, because I think that we saw that. I think that that's what she was doing. You know what I'm saying? Normally, you can kind of get in on the breath, Bear said, referring to his efforts to get Harris to directly answer his inquiries. Sometimes there's an effort to filibuster to create a moment, he added. And I think that was their goal coming in. Harris, who was 59, dodged several of Fox News host questions during the sit-down, including ones related to immigration, border security, and President Biden's mental decline. The Post has reached out to the Harris campaign for comment. All right. So, yeah, they're probably not going to comment back, despite the fact that, you know, Kamala Harris had a lot of comments to say in the interview. And a lot of those comments that she had to say in the interview, you know what I'm saying, were not anything related to what she was being asked. So, you know what I'm saying? We're going to take a listen to my favorite little Australian treasure troll here. All right. And she has got a lineup of allegedly the 5 worst moments of Kamala Harris's news interview. Now, I'm going to ask y'all this question. I'm going to ask y'all, out of these moments that she picked, do you guys think that these were the worst moments, or do you guys think that there were some other moments that were even worse than what she picked? So I haven't seen this video yet. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what she picked versus what she didn't pick. But if you ask me, the whole thing was kind of bad, but let's see.
Today was a bad day for the Kamala Harris campaign. Her interview on Fox News was a train wreck, a hot mess on a number of levels. In Brett Baer, she faced a real interviewer who asked pertinent questions about the border, inflation, her record, and she floundered. She was evasive, she was incoherent, she was sometimes nonsensical. Whoever in her team thought she was ready for a real interview should be sacked immediately. Let's have a look at
Now, what do you... Again, so it's interesting. She's bringing up the questions about the competency of the team. And the questions about the competency of the team is something that we've been asking about for a while. So I'm going to ask this before we get into any of these parts. Would you guys agree that the competency of her team should be assessed? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. And shout out to Black Spider for being a like enforcer. Definitely appreciate it and definitely agree. Make sure y'all throw some like enforcers in the chat, some clipboards and some check marks in the chat. Black Spider running quality control on the likes. Appreciate you.
some of the more notable moments. I could play you the whole interview, but we don't have the time.
Your campaign slogan is a new way forward, and it's time to turn the page. You've been vice president for 3.5 years. So what are you turning the page from?
Well, first of all, turning the page from the last decade in which we've been burdened with the kind of rhetoric coming from Donald Trump that has been designed and implemented to divide our country.
More than 70% of people tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
Come on.
Madam
You
Vice
and I
President.
both know what I'm talking about. You and I both know what I'm talking about.
I actually don't. What are you talking about?
No one knows what you're talking about.
Kamala Harris said, you know. The interviewer, Brett said, actually, I don't. You know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about?
No one knows what you're talking about, Kamala. You and Biden have been in power for almost 4 years. The Democrats have been in power 12 of the last 16 years, but everything is Donald Trump's fault, apparently. We're turning the page from Trump. Now, watch here as she tries to filibuster and mislead about what the Biden-Harris administration's record on illegal immigration has been. But for once, her nonsense is called out because this interviewer knows the facts.
How many illegal immigrants would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have. And
you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but
right now,
just a
which
number.
is-
Do you think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay, the point is that we have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
So your Homeland Security Secretary said that 85% of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have an
rough estimate
immigration
of 6
system
million people
that
have been
needs to be-
released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get to the question. I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
And when you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of.
Now what's interesting about this, right? She said that she was beginning to answer, but like she's always beginning to answer though. Like, do you guys notice that? Like she's always beginning to answer, and then she never finishes the answer. You know what I'm saying? Now, I didn't hear about this, but I gotta ask y'all this question. How many of y'all heard about I think Sunny Hostin? Sunny Hostin, I guess, was telling, she was doing what she do. You know what I'm saying? And she was telling black men not to vote for Trump. Did y'all hear about that? Now, Sunny Hostin also immediately went on MSNBC after all of this took place, after this Kamala Harris interview took place. Okay, so we're gonna take a look at some of those things.
Trump border policies.
Within hours of taking the oath was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021.
Exactly.
It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the. Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding, please?
But
you have to let me finish.
You
please.
had the White House and the House and the Senate,
I'm
and
in
they
the
didn't bring
middle
up
of
that bill.
responding to the point you're raising,
Okay.
and I'd like to finish.
Yes, ma'am.
Was she though? Like, was she? Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, I personally hate when people start with a bunch of fluff before they get to the point. Facts. I think that his initial question was a direct question straight to the point. He asked for a number. She didn't want to respond with a number. So then she started asking. So she started saying other stuff. Then he tried to redirect her back to the number with another question. Then she told him, get to the point. No. We talking about Sunny. Shout out to DC Precise. We talking about Sunny. Nah, never mind. Yeah, trust me. We talking about Sunny. We ain't talking about Sage. Sunny's not gonna get all the jokes that Sage got.
We recognized from day one that, to the point of this being your first question, it is a priority for us as a nation and for the American people.
Just waffle, no answers. She doesn't have anything significant, substantial to say about these critical issues. Now watch here as Kamala gets all heated up, ranting and raving about Trump wanting to lock up his political opponents. Isn't that precisely what the...
Look, hey, shout out to DC Precise. Hey, blatant favoritism, right? Blatant favoritism, right? Screw Sage. She was talking crazy. I'm gonna roast her. Yeah, Sonny was talking shit. We want to see what she talking about. I ain't gonna roast her, though. Blatant favoritism, you know what I'm saying? Hey, at least I'm honest, right?
Democrats have actually been doing.
He has talked about locking people up because they disagree with him. This is a democracy. And in a democracy, the president of the United States, in the United States of America, should be willing to be able to handle criticism without saying he'd lock people up for doing it.
And on the question of emboldening and enriching the Iranian regime, this is what Harris had to say.
Critics just say that you either relaxed or failed to enforce sanctions on Iran, allowing all of this money to flow into Iran, like billions.
Let's go back to Donald Trump, who pulled out of a deal.
And the final highlight, or should that be low light, is when Brett Baer asked Kamala when she finally noticed that Joe Biden had some issues with cognitive decline. She is momentarily speechless.
You call Donald Trump, he's misguided. You say now
he's unstable. He is unstable, Brett.
He's not well. You say he's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's
Now, see, the problem that Kamala Harris did right here, she told everybody that Joe Biden was running circles around his staff. What she didn't tell you is that he was running around in those circles trying to find where he was supposed to go because he was lost. Shout out to DC Precise. Experts say Blacklight destroyed Sage. Hey, Hey, when the AI says expert said, that shit is always hilarious, bro. Hey, you know what had me dying laughing yesterday? I had said this in the Discord. Hey, the funniest shit of the stream yesterday was when when Mike Mellis John came in and said, B1, who are these experts saying that black people shouldn't get anything for their vote? Man, I was trying so hard not to laugh the whole stream. I internally, for the whole rest of the stream, I was crying laughing, man. Mike had me dying laughing. He came in and immediately said, who are these experts that said that black people shouldn't get anything for their vote? Man, I was laughing so hard. I was dying laughing. Oh, man. Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said that liquor was kicking in. What do you think Kamala Harris drink? What kind of liquor y'all think she drink? I don't know if she drink liquor for real. Y'all think she drink liquor? I don't know. Man, that was hilarious. That title had me. Man, when the AI picked that title, I was like, oh, I got to use this one. I've got to use it. Oh, man. Experts said black people should get nothing for their votes. Yo, that's crazy. That's not even it. Like, what's so funny about that is, like, people actually think that, right? But, like, it's not even believable that somebody would actually verbalize that. Like, only somebody crazy, like on Rumble, like Charlie Kirk or something like that, would say something. But like, nobody that anybody actually listens to would actually say anything like that. That's what's so funny about that. You know what I'm saying? I was dying laughing. AB says she drinks Daddy Seville. Yo, that's hilarious. Yeah, AI absolutely knows how to trigger. Bro, that is why I was laughing so hard. That had me, when I saw that title, I was like, bet. I was dying laughing. I was like, man, got him. The AI said, what can I think of to make these people upset? I figured it out. Experts say that blacks should get nothing for their votes. Man, bro, immediately when it produced that result, I laughed for a good 15 minutes. It went over the top when Mike came in. When Mike came in and said, B1, who are these? Who are these? Mike came in on business. B1, who are these experts saying we don't deserve anything for our votes? Man, I was laughing so hard. I was like, man, that's crazy, man. AI ain't shit. I was like, man, AI ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? That AI ain't shit. Wait till they start coming with the comedy AI. The comedy AI gonna really have people laughing and shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man.
Faculties appear diminished.
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room, and he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
Right. Hey, look. Hey, shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. Win, Lose, or Rug said, Mike is who you call when you about to get in the fight. Right. You know what I'm saying? Mike pull up loading the gun. Who talking shit, cuz? Mike pull up like, what do experts say about our votes, cuz? I was like, oh man, this AI crazy, man. This artificial intelligence is stupid. Oh, that artificial intelligence is crazy as hell, man.
And why are you the presidential candidate? None of it makes any sense. Joining me now is Sky News contributor Kosha Gator. Kosha, she took a big gamble being interviewed by someone like Brett Baer, who you've got to say, it's not like she was interviewed by Sean Hannity or Tucker.
See, I said the same thing. I said the same. What she's saying, I said the same thing. She didn't even get like quote unquote a bad guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like she had the easy conservative interview too. You know what I'm saying? She like technically. Let me shout out to James Hudson. What's good with it, bro? Let me ask y'all this. Technically, would y'all agree that she technically had the friendly conservative interview? If y'all would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Bro, I'm telling you, when I tell you I was laughing, bro, I'm telling you I was laughing. I couldn't breathe. I was laughing so hard. That shit was funny as hell. And it was hilarious was that there was no explanation mark. Like it was just stated like a fact. Shout out to Maxwell Jenkins. What's good with you, bro? Experts say Black Americans should get nothing for their votes. Mike, like who? Mike said, who said that? Who said that shit? Mike said, oh, hell no. Who said that shit? Oh, that shit was funny as hell. That shit was so funny, man. AI ain't shit. AI ain't shit, man.
It's not like she was interviewed by Sean Hannity or Tucker Carlson or Greg Gutfeld. You would expect that a presidential candidate could handle a tough interviewer who plays it straight down the line, and she floundered.
She did take a gamble, and that is the $1 million question.
What the title was? The title was. The title was "Experts Agree That Blacks Shouldn't Get Anything for Their Votes." Like a panel of motherfuckers was just sitting around and was like, you know what? What y'all think about Black people getting? They shouldn't get. They shouldn't get. Yeah, you know what? I agree. Mike said, hell no. Who was sitting around? Mike said, first and foremost, who was sitting around talking about this shit? And what's up with their asses all agreeing? Oh, hell no. Who said this? Oh my God, man, my stomach was hurting. I was laughing so hard. Experts agree in the conversation that never took place. Oh man. I'm about to make them AI clickbait titles. They hit different because like you can actually do the AI you can do the AI clickbait titles, and it don't pick up that it's a clickbait title. Every title about to be clickbait now. You know what I'm saying? Russian experts agree it's time for a nuclear solution for the United States. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. Listen, man, the possibilities is endless.
You could see she did not want to be there. She couldn't get out of there fast enough. And she did it because she has to. This race is very, very, very tight. And the momentum is with Trump. And historically, there is precedent where the Democrat candidate begrudgingly will give one Fox News interview when there's 20, 30 days left. Obama did it. Hillary did it. It used to be with Bill O'Reilly. So maybe she has to do that because they have a big audience. A lot of independents and actually, frankly, Democrats watch Fox News. Yeah. But she was not prepared. She was not prepared. To me, the big takeaway is she remains substance-free. She does so by filibustering, using filler words. She said multiple times, let's be clear, let's be clear. She's never clear. And she hides behind others. Like she likes to hide behind the legislative branch because everything was like, I will follow the law. Congress needs to act. So she shifts blame without ever weighing in on her position. Yes, she doesn't pass laws, but she can weigh in on which laws she thinks are better or not. And she wouldn't do it. And he had her dead to rights.
And he knew the facts. When she brings up nonsense about this was the first thing we addressed and we had this bill. Well, yeah, that bill was just going to create a pathway.
Now, let me ask you guys this. How many do y'all think that this interview possibly ruined any type of momentum that she had going? Like, do you all think that this interview affected her negatively or even at all? Or do you think that it won't even matter? I don't know, man. If you ask me, this could be really bad. And like, it could be really bad because it's so close to the end. Like, this was really bad to bomb out right now. You know what I'm saying?
Way to citizenship for millions of illegal immigrants. That's not going to solve the border crisis. Right. And he knew that level of detail. And I've seen so many interviews with her where that's not fun.
Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show Brooklyn Queen some love. Brooklyn Queen said, keep them triggered. Hey, look, man, listen. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Make sure y'all show her some love for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
Man, look, the new titles, the new titles that I'll be making with the AI, they're about to be so offensive. You're gonna be like, this can't even, this didn't, where did this happen at? This didn't even happen. This didn't even happen. I'm telling you, when I seen that title, that had me dying. I was like, oh yeah. I was like, this one for sure. This the one. You know what I'm saying? This the one. Experts agree. You ninjas ain't getting a damn thing. Wait a minute. Who sat around and had a conference about us? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Shamika. What's good with it, Shamika? Who sat around and had a conference about us?
Followed up. There really is very frustrating to watch.
All right, so there's that. All right, let me see something real quick. Let's get that off of there. We already seen that whole interview. So now I might have to do a reaction to this video a little bit later because it's this long one. But we're gonna do the short version. All right, we're gonna do the short version. And they going in on Sonny because apparently, I guess Sonny agrees with Barack Obama's take. Now, you know, Sonny says that black men who vote for Trump are crazy. Now, I want to ask you guys, do y'all feel that way? If you guys feel that black men that vote for Trump are crazy, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't feel that black men that vote for Trump are crazy, give me a thumbs down. I feel that any black person that believes that there's any type of solutions for viability through the American political system, I would say choice number C. I think that, you know, maybe you might want to do a review of American history and come back with a reassessment, right? I don't think that anyone who votes for Trump or votes for the Democrats are more or less cognitive than the other, right? Now, I do believe that in terms of black people, I can understand certain reasons why people will vote for Trump, right? I don't see any reason why anybody would vote for Kamala Harris. However, that being said, right, like I said before, and I've said multiple times, despite being called MAGA, right, I don't know how we can make America great again, because if you're someone like me, America has never been great for you. And we need to build a great America. And we need to build a great America by building it out of the ashes of the system of WS. And if we ever think that any part of the government that's attached to that system is going to do anything other than harm us, if you ask me, we don't have a proper context on history, right? So again, that's my position, right? And again, my position is not to force my position onto other people. I understand that people have different priorities than me. I understand that people have different worldviews than me. I understand that people have different beliefs than me and different feelings than me. And I'm perfectly okay with people not agreeing with me. You know what I'm saying? Because my belief is that whatever most of us do, if we're of the same mind state, even if we disagree, we've got the same end goal. And the only thing that matters is the end goal. So, you know, I'm open-minded like that, right? So I don't think, you know, I don't think that there's like, you can just say that somebody has a cognitive defect because they're voting for Trump. I think that's kind of absurd. You know what I'm saying? I think that's kind of absurd. Shout out to Alonda. Make sure y'all show Alonda some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Alonda for funding the organization.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
Shout out to Alonda. Alonda says, yo, Rob, when do you plan to bring back the Griff Set? Griff Set reacts the stream in which you and other content creators react and roast. Me and AB Promotions did a reacts. I want to say, what was that? That was already about a month ago. Time be flying. But it's hard to get everybody's schedule together. But as soon as we're able to get everybody's schedule together, oh yeah, we're going in. We're going in. So speaking of reacts, make sure y'all subscribe to reacts. If y'all ain't subscribed to reacts, if one of the mods could put the link to reacts in the chat, that'd be great. But yeah, we're gonna definitely be getting some content up on that channel. It's just a matter of getting everybody's schedule together. And my schedule just changed a lot from what it was before. So it's really kind of hard for me to link up with anybody, but we will though. It'll be there. It'll be there for sure.
Last time around 2020, we had the BLM riots raging throughout that year and the lead up to the election. Race is again an issue. Democrats are desperate for it to be an issue, and their media mouthpieces, I've got to say, particularly in the past few days, have really turned up the heat on this issue, maligning minorities who are considering voting for Trump. Here is the View's Sunny Hostin and MSNBC anchor Joy Reid.
We've got to reach those ridiculous, crazy black men that did vote for Trump. We've got to reach those people.
Those ridiculous, crazy black men that did vote for Trump. I mean, look at Sunny. Look at Sunny's face. Look at her. Oh, look at Sunny. Look at Sunny. That's screenshot worthy right there. Where TD at? TD be getting the money on the Sunny videos. Oh man, she looking like she looking like she looking like she had an Usher concert. You know what I'm saying? And her husband at home. That's what that face is.
For Trump, we've got to reach those people. This race will be far too close because, unfortunately, we do have a fascist groundswell in parts of this country, mainly among white men. Let's be clear, but in small pockets among black and brown men too. This happens to be a
what? Let me shut up.
Global phenomenon.
There you go. Black and brown men being fascists. Shame, though, can be an effective tactic, Douglas.
See, shout out to my girl, the treasure troll. She called it out as shame. She said, and in the United States, where they're SBEing black men to vote for Kamala. SBA can be an effective tactic. You can't make this up, man. You can't make this up. Shout out to Cameron. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Ty City for the SBE. You know what I'm saying? That's hilarious, man. Man, they calling the simp tactics out. What? Let's just, we got to go here, right? We got to go here. In 2024, we got the mainstream media identifying simp enforcement tactics. That's crazy. And they got women doing it too. In America, I don't know how they deal with these women using SBE tactics to shame their men to vote for Kamala. This is bad. Like, man, we out here looking bad on the world stage, man. Out here looking bad on the world stage. If you ask me, you know what I'm saying? What y'all think? Y'all think we looking bad on the world stage? Or you think we looking good on the world stage? I think we looking bad on the world stage, man. We got the treasure troll chick from Sky News sitting up there, you know what I'm saying, roasting and treasure trolling, talking crazy.
Because, unfortunately, we do have a fascist groundswell in parts of this country, mainly among white men, let's be clear, but in small pockets among black and brown men too. This happens to be a global phenomenon.
There you go. Black and brown men being fascists. Shame, though, can be an effective tactic, Douglas. Will it see black and Hispanic voters switch back to the Democrats or perhaps stay home and not participate in the vote?
Well, you're right. Shame can be a useful tool, not necessarily when it's wielded by Joy Reid, for instance, you just saw there. Joy Reid has called absolutely everybody a fascist. She's now on to calling black men fascists if they disagree with her. I think a lot of people can see.
Hey, why is that dude right nostril moving like that? Is that bothering you guys? That's bothering me. You know what I'm saying? It's bothering me. I don't know if it would be difficult for me to have a conversation with this dude and look him in the eye. Every time you talk, your right nostril start flaring. Like, that's like, what's wrong with you, bro? Get your facial muscles together. You know what I'm saying?
Disagree with her. I think a lot of people can see through this. I've always been bewildered by the way in which it's accepted in America that you can talk about racial groups and the way they should vote in this way. And
why is your nose moving to a beat? You know what I'm saying? Are y'all able to see that? Like, you guys watching on your phone, you might not be able to see it because the picture might be so small. But if you turn your phone to the side, like his nose is moving like a strobe light. I never heard or seen no condition like that. Like what are you doing?
It's something I don't think that any other really of the democracies have. And it's obviously it's partly or largely because of America's specific racial history, but it's a really remarkable thing, the way in which people are allowed to just say, you know, Black people should vote like this, you know, Latinos should vote like that. It's like, you know, women should vote this way. Why? Who? For what reason?
I mean, do we want to go into the reasons? Because there are reasons why people say and feel those kind of ways. Do you guys notice how they what's interesting about it is that they created these situations and they created the social conditioning that does this, and then they ask the questions about the people who they've socially conditioned as if there's something wrong with those people. Yeah, shout out to Miss Nisi, monolith, menticide, facts. And they're the monolith and menticide you know, engineers. I would go as far as to say that, you know, white people sculpted the Black voter monolith. And then they turn around and ask, why do Black people vote that way? You know, they kind of make fun of Black people when they say you need to get off the Democrat plantation. So you're admitting to us being on a plantation. And what do you think that came with? Did you actually help anybody get off of a plantation? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I be thinking about this kind of stuff when I hear these people say this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that any of these people should be able to like freely get away with saying this kind of stuff. I think that any time that any of these people say any of this type of stuff, they should get the most painful, heartfelt, impressionful, embarrassing, feelings hurt, re-education to history that they can be given at the time. A lot of these people, families were involved in this type of stuff. And this is one of the reasons why back in the day, I used to have a little series called Run That Family. And anytime I found out that somebody was in a doso, you know what I'm saying, we'd run their family tree. All of these people who have ties to slavery, plantations, and racism and stuff, their entire family tree needs to be on display, if you ask me. Because more than likely, some of our ancestors probably hung from their family tree. And they think it's funny. You know what I'm saying? Like they think that this is funny. And I don't think it's funny. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that is funny. You know what I'm saying? You know. That's just me though. What y'all think?
And I think what you see there is just an attempt to just sort of get everyone in place. It's a desperate thing for Hostin and Reed and others to do. But yes, they will use any term against any people, any individuals, any group, just to get their way, to make people vote the way that they think they have to vote. I think that anyone from the communities they're speaking about should feel indignant like that. If I was told, you know, white British people of the Scottish English descent have to vote a specific way, or we'll call you all fascists, I think I'd feel kind of rebellious about that, actually. And I think a lot of people in America from those communities do too.
Now, what do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about that? So let me see. Let's see something else here. We're gonna do one more thing. Yeah, we're gonna okay. So there's these two videos from MS. You know what? Actually, from MSNBC. This is not the Sunny Hostin segment on the View. This is going to end up being a Sunny Hostin segment that was on MSNBC. All right. And on the Sunny Hostin segment on MSNBC, they're going to be talking about Fox fights and quote unquote black woman power. All right. So I think that this is going to be interesting. Sunny Hostin and Kamala Harris talking about this in context in terms of quote unquote black woman power. This is a very interesting phenomenon. Very interesting people to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? Very interesting subject, very interesting topic. I'm not sure what's going to go on here. What do you guys think? You guys see the title, right? Like, I didn't say this. They said this. Harris in Lion's Den. Sunny Hostin on Fox Fight and Black Woman Power. I don't think that Sunny Hostin was in, or I don't think that Kamala Harris was in the Lion's Den. I don't think that Brett was the Lion's Den. Now, if you was in there with, you know what I'm saying, Laura Ingraham, or if you was in there with Sean Hannity, or even if you was in there with Kayleigh McKinney, you know what I'm saying, I think that could have got extremely rough. You know what I'm saying? But all Brett did was give a good quality interview. That's literally all he did, if you ask me. All Brett did was give a good quality interview from a conservative perspective. Kamala Harris got the male Dana Bash on the visitor side, and she still didn't do well. You know what I'm saying?
The Emmy winner, best-selling author Sunny Hostin is here. Sunny, you recently interviewed the vice president. So much to get into with you, but I also have breaking news here, which is Kamala Harris speaking out in her first ever interview on Fox News, a big campaign event by any means. The interview's over. You cannot see any more of the interview in full at Fox. The interview's
could you? I want to see the Reaper interview. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, Madam Vice President, welcome to the green room. You know, we glad to have you here. You know, we're going to ask you a couple questions. Oh, man. That's hilarious. You know, the fuck shit go down in the green room.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me. I'm about to change on your ass. I'll beat your ass with my elbows. Werewolf style.
It's a green room. You know what I'm saying? They don't know about the green room.
We're going to show you some of the key parts right now with Sunny Hostin to break it down. Here is the vice president facing off with Fox's Brett Baier over Donald Trump's public vows to abuse military power.
We asked that question to the former president today. Harris Faulkner had a town hall, and this is how he responded.
I heard about that. They were saying I was like threatening. I'm not threatening anybody. They're the ones doing the threatening. They do phony investigations. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the greatest gangster. No, it's true. No, but think of it. It's called weaponization of government. It's a terrible thing.
So,
Brett, I'm sorry, and with all due respect, that clip was not what he has been saying about the enemy within that he is.
Hey, I don't now. Again, I gotta shout out Brett on this. I don't know how he did that with a straight face. Like when she asked about that and then played that clip, because that was actually hilarious, and that pissed her off. She was so mad. That pissed her off, and Brett just sat there like with a straight face, like he was just like, "Madam Vice President, I don't know what you're talking about." He said, "Madam Vice President, I don't know what you're talking about."
Repeated when he's speaking about the American people. That's not what you just showed.
Well, he was asked.
No, that's not what you just showed. In all fairness and respect to
you, that was the question that we asked him.
You didn't show that, and here's the bottom line. He has repeated it many times, and you and I both know that. And you and I both know that he has talked about turning the American military on the American people. He has talked about going after people who are engaged in peaceful protest. He has talked about locking people up because they disagree with him. This is a democracy. And in a democracy, the president of the United States in the United States of America should be willing to be able to handle criticism.
Bro, like, look, I'm not even about to lie to you, bro. Like, win, lose, or rug. Like, for real. Like, the last couple weeks, you know what I'm saying? I've been kind of like developing like a little soft spot for like Kamala, because it's like they really like just about to like push her off a boat into like piranha infested waters, and she don't even see it coming. Like, I lightweight for real kind of feel bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I ain't gonna lie. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to Miss Niecy. Like, I feel you. I'm just like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. Shout out to Glenn Carlton. Woke back up. Carlton woke back up. Oh, man. You know what I'm saying? I feel bad for her, man. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I'm gonna keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? I'm a kid now, you know, I'm not about to do nothing. I ain't about to save her or nothing like that, but you know. Shout out to the Reaper, let me just shut up. It's just, I feel bad. I'm gonna just leave it at that. I feel bad for her, man. They doing her dirty. She getting done dirty, you know what I'm saying? Brooklyn Queen said, y'all sounding like women. Stop it. Listen, okay, look, look, listen. Just because a dude says that they feel bad, that don't mean that they gonna do nothing, right? See, now I feel bad, right? But I ain't about to save Kamala Harris. I ain't about to help her with a damn thing, right? But dudes, the same way that women be on some other stuff, dudes be on some other stuff. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes if a dude be like, I feel bad, it'd be like some self-serving type purpose. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like some self-serving type purpose. You know what I'm saying? So you be like, I the only way that I could actually verbally express this to where I don't just sound completely fucked up is, yeah, that's too bad. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? You know what I'm saying? It's, because sometimes you just can't say certain things. So you gotta kind of like do the little roundabout thing. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm doing, is like doing the roundabout thing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said, if we feel bad, that means we're not going to do nothing. We don't feel bad, be fix shit. Right. Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider said, I like when men share. It's needed. Yeah. Facts. I agree. You know what I'm saying? But Kamala Harris ain't about to get nothing from me, though. You know what I'm saying? You might get some YouTube sympathy, but man, she earned this. You know what I'm saying? She earned it. And I'm not even trying to be funny, but Kamala Harris, the type of person, man, you could throw her a life raft, and she's so hard-headed, she's not gonna listen anyway. She's not gonna take it anyway. So it's just not even, you just kind of gotta watch the building burn down. You just gotta watch the building burn down. You know what I'm saying? And it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton says she deserves this, especially since Trump got triple teamed. Bro, facts. Trump got triple teamed and still actually came out okay. She's gotten she's been playing the game on easy mode and still can't beat the level. Like, she using 2 and 3 credits on easy mode. You know what I'm saying? And Trump got jumped on extra hard mode and still did decent. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, man, but like the debate performance, listen, what did I tell y'all? Trump got jumped at a debate. Kamala Harris can't even survive the interviews. These aren't debates. These are interviews. That alone, like, if you're watching a performance, that alone should be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if there's a fight, that's the person I got my money on right there. You know what I'm saying? Trump survived getting jumped at a debate. Kamala Harris can't survive 3 easy interviews. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DC. DC said, that's what I was saying earlier. That's facts. Yeah, bro. Shout out to Crew. Crew said triple team fought the case. And there's all of that too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We ain't even go there with the cases and all of that. Yeah. Facts. You know what I'm saying? And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching, man. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't smashed that like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. Let's do a quality control check. Everybody get your clipboards. Let's do the quality control real quick. Hold on. Let's see where we at. QC. We got the QC team and the QA team. We got 62 people watching and 84 likes. All right, cool shit. Now we need to get to 100. So we need 16 to get to 100. So let's get to this. Let's get to 100.
without saying he'd lock people up for doing it. And this is what is at stake, which is why you have someone like the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying what Mark Milley has said about Donald Trump being a threat to the United States of America.
An emphatic warning there. That's brand new sound. We're airing that for the first time here on MSNBC moments ago in her first ever interview on Fox News. Sunny Hostin is here. What was striking in that moment is that she didn't just take the selected clip or sound that for whatever reason they chose,
misinformation,
right? That sort of was a dodge to it, but reframed it back to what she says are very serious threats to abuse power. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, she was factual. And I'm actually surprised that they would play that clip. And I watched the entire interview in the green room. I had the pleasure of doing that. And what I saw is someone who loves this country.
She was in she was in the green room.
He going along with the Fox shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style! Just like a woman! Because some of you niggas, you be acting just like a woman! Nigga, Reaper keep it 1,000.
Oh, man.
Who is competent, who is fit to be the president of the United States, who is in complete command of the facts and understands the stakes and what that our democracy truly is at stake.
You've interviewed her recently.
Yes, I have.
I should mention, we're going to play this in a moment. Part of your interview was played within the Bret Baier interview.
Yes,
with Kamala Harris. We'll get you on that. Very interesting. I was saying about Bob Woodward earlier tonight, we don't plan these things. Sometimes they just happen. Has she ever had an interview like this?
People are saying that she went on Fox News. It's the first time that she has gone on Fox News, that she, went into the belly of the beast and she went into enemy territory. I think that she did that because there are a group of people that have been fed over and over again misinformation and disinformation on Fox News. I mean, you have a judge saying that it's entertainment and not facts and not news. And so I think it's important that she did that so that to help those people make a decision as to who is more fit to be the president of the United States. And I think her response in pointing out that key Republicans, people in his own cabinet, have said that he is not fit. And I'm a bit disappointed that what I saw, and this is not to disparage.
Shout out to Ray Gunn. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Reality Gaming. What's good with you, bro? I'm gonna have to rinse them other joints up. Make sure you comment on a video so I can get you together. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she gave zero facts. Sunny she's on girl code. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Sunny said that black men that vote for Trump are ridiculous and crazy. She's ridiculous and crazy. She's ridiculous and crazy. Like, is it like for real? You know what I'm saying? Like
Bret Baier, because I've interviewed him too, and I know him well, and he's one of our colleagues, of course, in journalism.
See, like, here go my thing with Sunny. Like, my thing with Sunny is that Sunny is on girl code, first and foremost. Second of all, you know what I'm saying? Like, she's on girl code and she's a Democrat. You know what I'm saying? So it's just gonna be a bunch of nonsense. You know what I'm saying? However, I don't believe that Sunny is as absurd as Sage Steele. I don't think that Sunny's absurd as Sage Steele. She needs to stop with this nonsense. You're like stop. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think she's as bad as Sage Steele. What y'all think? Let me know what y'all think. Maybe I'm just being blatantly biased again. I don't know. Could possibly be. You know what I'm saying?
He was a little bit dismissive. I think it's of that fact. I think it's very important when you have your own former vice president not endorse you.
Do you think that he approached her differently than other people he interviews?
I saw a little bit of the panel after the interview, and one woman said that she came in hot, and also said that she became angrier. I thought he came in hot, and
she knows she lied. Sunny, this is girl code right here. This is girl code right here. Sunny's sitting up there, cool, calm, and collect, lying with a straight face. I would actually say something. I would actually follow up DC Precise and say something, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna shut up.
What I am very tired of is this trope of the angry Black woman. She was not angry. She was in command of the facts. She was passionate. Passion.
I don't think nobody hit like see here like this. This is the girl code. This is the girl code. This is nonsense. This is fake outrage. Like nobody hit Kamala Harris with the angry Black woman stuff, and Kamala Harris was angry. And Brett didn't come in hot. That's not true. None of that is true. We literally sat here and watched all of this. This is girl code. You know what I'm saying? This is the girl code. Like Sonny's sitting here blatantly lying. Well, you know, I say that he came in hot. How did he come in hot? He actually apologized at one point for talking over Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris talked over him multiple times during that interview, and Kamala Harris never even acknowledged that she talked over him at all. You know what I'm saying? It's how you can blatantly lie like this is just wild.
Came in hot. And also said that she became angrier. I thought he came in hot. And what I am very tired of is this trope of the angry Black woman. She was not angry. She was in command of the facts. She was passionate. Passion does not equal anger.
So now she doing the now here we go. This is what I'm talking about with the fake pro-Black stuff. So now it's, you know, I don't want to hear about the, you know, she was an angry Black woman. Like, come on, man. And look, you know, it got to be addressed. It's all kind of stuff. It's all kind of issues there. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. It's all kind of stuff there.
You know, I'm often called, you know, Donald Trump actually called me dumb at a rally recently. You have these tropes that are used against women and women of color in particular. And I did not see a dumb woman. I did not see an angry woman.
You probably got called that because you was probably sitting around doing something like what you're doing right now. And she knows it. Like, these people know this, right? Like, it's no point in explaining anything like to these kind of people because they know that. Like, they know that. She know why she got called that. Shout out to DC. Right, it's an Adoso thing. Facts. Sonny a Adoso. Sonny is an Adoso. You know what I'm saying? Look, hey.
I saw a woman who understands what is at stake. And I thought that she was very, very strong. And I hope people heard what she had to say, which is that Biden is not on the ballot. Kamala Harris is on the ballot. And what you have is a binary choice, Kamala Harris or someone who is unstable.
Actually, the choice is a trifecta. You got Kamala Harris. You got Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? And you got not voting. And I think actually got 4 choices. I think Jill Stein's still in the race. Some people might vote for Jill Stein. We don't have a binary choice. This is just, like, Sonny she just on girl code, man. She just on girl code. And again, this is what I was telling y'all about the other day, like with the girl code stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like this is blatant lies, blatant gaslighting, and just doing it with a straight face, no care in the world. I'm just gonna sit up here and lie because there's no consequence to it. Like, it's just wild to me, man.
As told by his own former staffers.
Well, and I appreciate exactly how you put it. People can listen to that and keep your points in mind. If there are people who are concerned about which of these two candidates is more angry, quote unquote, or more reckless, more of a vituperative, I can get my thesaurus out. There's a lot of documented evidence that he is the louder, angrier one. I want to play more from the Bret Baier interview. So this is the Bret Baier interview, which just aired. We have the moment I mentioned.
Yeah.
We're going to air this for the first time right now. This is Vice President Harris in the new interview. We've got the highlights. And at one point, we have Baier playing the recent interview you did with the Vice President. Let's take a look.
Now, here go my question. How did they production team, like this video, right? Like, how did they production team get a fully produced video up this quick? How was their production team able to do that? Like, instantly when that interview was over with, they put this video up. How was they able to do that?
You were asked on 2 different shows last week what, if anything, you would do differently than President Biden. Here's what you said.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Nothing comes to mind that you would do differently?
Let me be very clear. My presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency. And like every new president that comes into office, I will bring my life experiences, my professional experiences, and fresh and new ideas.
Sonny?
I'm surprised to see The View on Fox News. So, I thank them for that, I guess. But she did answer my question. I asked what would be the difference between a Harris presidency and a Biden presidency. I think she's very loyal to President Biden. I think it's clear that the Biden administration has had one of the most successful administrations in history.
And see, again, don't care about lying with a straight face. Really? The Biden administration is one of the most successful administrations in history? Successful at what exactly? Shout out to Shamika. Shamika said the thumbnail is scary. Hey, did y'all see the thumbnail? If you seen the thumbnail, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't, give me a thumbs down. If y'all ain't seen the thumbnail, go look at the go look at the thumbnail. It looked like she ate a bad batch of shrimp. She just sat up here and said that the Biden administration is one of the most loyal administrations in history. Like, come on now. What are they successful in?
She has nothing to be ashamed of having been part of that. She did ultimately answer my question and said that she would have a Republican in her cabinet, much like Abraham Lincoln did, much like Doris Kearns Goodwin wrote in Team of Rivals. And so I think that is a very different approach. She also said she would bring her lived experience to the presidency. They are two very different people.
Like, come on, man. So, I mean, again, Sunny she's living in a dream world. There was literally not very much that she said that was true. You know what I'm saying? Not very much that she said was true. Let me just look at one more thing. So, yeah, let's just look at one more thing. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Let's just look at this. All right. So, there again, shout out to Sky News. You know what I'm saying? Sky News got a video. Hold on real quick. Let's look at these 2 videos real quick. Hold on. Real quick, if y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, do me a favor, take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and also please share the stream to your social media. All right, so they kind of asked this question here that I asked, right? And the question is, how did this video affect Kamala Harris? This interview, did this interview help or hurt Kamala Harris? What kind of impact do y'all think that this video had on Kamala Harris' campaign? Is it gonna pick her up any votes, or do you think that it damaged her campaign and she could possibly lose some votes? I think that this actually damaged Kamala Harris's campaign for real. I think that there's people that were voting for her, and they kind of see how badly she performed on this, and then they might be like, man, I'm just not voting for anybody. I don't think this convinced anybody of anything. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Alpha Male Pimp Network. Alpha Male Pimp Network said the thumbnail looked like Kamala Harris about to shoot some throwing stars out of her mouth that Predator uses when he hunts xenomorph aliens. Man, that's hilarious. Oh man, look, could you imagine? Look, a face hugger wouldn't even have to hug her face. It could just shoot right into her mouth with that thumbnail.
Phoenix, Arizona now, where we're joined by Turning Point Action official spokeswoman Caitlin Sinclair. Caitlin, thank you for joining us on Power Hour. First of all, we've just watched that train wreck interview with Kamala Harris on Fox News. What's your reaction to it?
Well, whoever encouraged Kamala Harris to do an interview with Fox News host Bret Baier, I want to personally send a thank you note to whoever that staffer was.
See, I told y'all. See? And I said this like when I first heard about the Fox News interview, I was like, she's doing that? Oh, that's not a good idea. Like, that's bad. You may as well kind of just stay doing what you've been doing that's working. You know what I'm saying? Then when I said that, people were saying, you want MAGA to win. You want MAGA to win. You want MAGA to win. You a MAGA guy, MAGA guy, MAGA guy. Now the results are in. Again, yeah, shout out to Howling Wolf. Harris got she got ratioed last night. That's wild. She didn't do good on that interview, I'll tell you that. And look where we at now. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, this is right-wing talk. We really don't know what the indies think. Yeah, I would agree. However, right, with me, I didn't think that this was a good idea. How many of you, when you guys first heard about Kamala Harris going on Fox News and doing this interview, honestly, how many of y'all thought that this was a good idea and she was going to knock it out of the park? If y'all did, give me a thumbs up. If y'all didn't, give me a thumbs down. If y'all recall, if y'all go back and watch the old streams, you'll remember when y'all had told me in the chat, I was like, oh, she about to with anything that she might have going for herself, she's gonna really either slow it down or mess it up if she goes on this Fox News interview this late in the game. You know what I'm saying? And there's not anybody that's gonna say that this was a good performance. Did you guys notice on the interview that we just watched with Sunny Hostin? Nobody said that she did a good job. Nobody said that she did a good job. There's if they thought that she did a good job, or if they even slightly thought that she did a good job, they would have been all over it. Do you notice how they didn't have any clips to play? Like, they didn't play any clips like in support of anything. They played some clips trying to like go at Brett Baier a little bit. That's a bad sign. That whole entire interview, y'all don't have no good clips of Kamala that y'all could play. That means that she did really bad on that. It means that she did really bad.
Because ultimately, this interview has just ruined her entire campaign. I think every American should watch
shout
this
out
interview with Kamala Harris and Brett Baier.
Shout out to Howling Wolf. Now, I get your logic, right? Howling Wolf says she had no choice. Actually, she did, right? She did have a choice. She could have just not listened, but she did listen, right? Howling Wolf says the public was railing her for not taking real questions. Now, here's the thing. I agree. The public was railing her for not taking real questions, right? However, the railing that she was taking from the public for not taking real questions hadn't yet appeared in her polling. It didn't seem like it was affecting her at the time. People might have not been happy with it. People might have had complaints about it, but she had a much larger margin of a lead when that was happening, right? So, there's that old saying that goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I don't know if I would have necessarily listened to what was going on until it started affecting the poll numbers. Her not hitting these interviews, if you ask me, is not what's affecting the poll numbers. What she's dealing with as far as the poll numbers is she's fighting against an existing trend of falling Democrat support across a bunch of demographics. And she's also dealing with the issue of those falling Democrat demographics moving towards Trump, and a lot of the third-party candidates not automatically going Democrat. She's dealing with a lot of different polling factors. I don't think that her not doing interviews was actually working in her favor, even though it wasn't a publicly popular strategy. And the reason why I think that it was working in her favor is because, has anybody been wanting her to continue doing these interviews since she's done them? There's not a demand for her to go do these interviews anymore. Now everybody's like, please don't do it anymore, right? If you guys would agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all would disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to DeAndre. DeAndre said, Rob, the comments in that video are all in agreement on that vid, but there are some comments over there that said they don't have clips to play. Yeah, I'm interested to see what they'll produce. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Willie Brown was railing her too. Carlton on the fuck shit.
He going along with the fuck shit. Don't touch me! I'm about to change on your ass! I'll beat your ass with my elbows! Werewolf style!
Now, I wouldn't disagree with you, right? Howling Wolf says she was dropping points, continuing the no interview strategy. Do you think that the no interview strategy is the main reason why she was dropping all of those points? I don't think that was the main reason she was dropping all those points. Now, I wouldn't disagree that while she was not interviewing, her points were dropping, but I don't think that her not doing the interview was the sole cause of the point dropping. I don't think that. One of the reasons is I think she was out of the honeymoon period as well. You know what I'm saying? There's too many factors at play, if you ask me, for it to be isolated. And now no one knowing what her policies were. That I agree there, right? That definitely there. That's what I'm saying. There was a lot of things wrong. There's a lot of things wrong, right? So the interviewing thing, I think that was one of those that might have been one of those bad. Like I would have just took that. I'd have just took that L and tried to clean up everything else. Because I think now that she's done the interview, I actually think that this is actually hurting her worse. Like the public demanded this, and she's bombed every single time. And I think that this is actually interviewing is actually hurting her. Like I think as she's doing more and more interviews, now we're seeing why they were hesitant to do interviews for her now. And then what she's done is she's waited up until this point in the game to try to exhaust the interviews around the time where people need to have a fresh, good image of you in their mind, and she's bombing every opportunity. I don't think that that's gonna help. Like I said, I would have just took the L on that. Shout out to Tim. What's good with you, bro? I'd have just took the L on that. What y'all think? And then that's what I'm saying. So there was a demand to see her do the interviews, right? Then she started doing the interviews, and everybody like, maybe you need to stay your ass at home. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew Reality. Crew Reality said, I just watched the clips. Her legs crossed and arms folded. What does that mean? Oh, that means she guarded. You know what that means? She's guarded. She's uptight. She's tense. She's not comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Fight or flight reflex. You know what I'm saying?
And it will really show she cracked at the first non-softball interview that was in front of her. And these were not got you questions, right? If every American watches this interview, Bret Baier was not trying to catch her in a I got you moment. These were policy questions. These were agenda questions. These were questions about the last 3.5 years of her administration questions, and she completely failed to answer any of them.
Well said. The US Border Patrol Union, representing 16,000 members, has officially endorsed Donald Trump for president. Here is Border Patrol agent Paul Perez speaking about it.
Look at this, man. The Border Patrol, like as Kamala Harris is losing these endorsements, Trump's getting endorsements. Look at this. The Border Patrol Union, on behalf of 16,000 men and women represented by the National Border Patrol Council, we strongly support and endorse Donald J. Trump for president of the United States. It's stuff like this. This kind of stuff this isn't happening for Kamala Harris. And like this kind of stuff is not helping Kamala Harris. Yeah, shout out to Howling Wolf. Howling Wolf says, since she was continuing to give those non-answers, I agree. She shouldn't have done it. Now, here goes my question for you, Howling Wolf. And this is a question for anybody in the chat as well that will want to participate in this. Is there an interview where she's performed well, where anybody can say she knocked that out of the park? And here's another question. How is your perception of her? Is your perception of her improved since the interviews, or do you look at her in a worse way since the interviews?
If we allow Borders R. Harris to win this election, every city, every community in this great country is going to go to hell.
It's interesting, Caitlin. Kamala Harris couldn't really answer as to.
Hey, look, when you look at this border patrol, you like, is this United States' border patrol or is this Mexico's border patrol? Whose border patrol is it?
It's interesting, Caitlin. Kamala Harris couldn't really answer as to why the Border Patrol Union is endorsing Donald Trump and not Kamala Harris. But what impact will it make?
Yeah, kind of weird for the border czar when the Border Patrol Council and Union doesn't endorse her. Kind of weird, right? And I want to talk about the significance of this endorsement happening right here in the state of Arizona, where, of course, we've seen all of these crossings. Now, at this point in the administration, every state has turned into a border state, but there was such power and significance in this Border Patrol Council, all 16,000 members endorsing Donald Trump for president here in the state of.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So Howling Wolf said, I can't recall any interview she's done where she's excelled. Hard to excel with all those softball questions. And even now, again, if you ask me, the Fox News interview with Brett Baier was also a softball interview. That was also a softball interview. Brett Baier is not the most difficult conservative interviewer that she could have encountered. If you ask me, she got the nice guy of the bad guys, you know what I'm saying, on, you know, looking at it from her perspective, right? Like, you got the bad guy that's like, you know, the boss would have said to get you up out the paint, but you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna let you go because he ain't here. Don't ever tell nothing. You know what I'm saying? She got that. So, you know, the mainstream media is gonna sit there and say, oh, you know, Brett Baier was doing this and Brett Baier was doing that. But like, actually, you know what I'm saying? Like, actually, yeah, like you got this label of being on Fox, but you didn't get like none of the Fox like people that was really gonna do you in. So to me, technically, that also counts as a softball interview. Like, just because you went to Fox, like you went to Fox and got the softball interview, and she still didn't do good. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying I don't think that her not doing interviews really affected her poll numbers that bad. I actually think what we'll see is her doing interviews will affect her poll numbers negatively. And that's why I'm saying in this instance, I don't think she should have listened to the public. She should have just took the L on that. You know how sometimes you'll be like, you know, I got to get where I got to go. I'm going to just take the ticket if I get caught speeding. She should have just took the ticket if she got caught speeding. You know what I'm saying?
Of Arizona. And of course, Kamala Harris was not the one to call families of Laken Riley, Molly Tibbetts, Rachel Moore, and guess who was there for those young females that were killed at the hands of illegal immigrants due to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden? It was neither of them. It was Donald Trump. Donald Trump truly is the man that cares about females, that cares about a safe and secure border. And Kamala Harris, if you watch that interview, not only did she get angry, but she was actually screaming at the host when she was trying to blame Donald Trump for the policies that have existed under Joe Biden and her administration. And the host called her out for it.
Yeah, she couldn't keep her cool, could she? But on that point of Donald Trump supporting women's issues, we know that former US President Donald Trump has vowed to keep trans-identifying men out of women's sports if he's elected. He made this.
Now, what did you think about the 60 Minutes interview? Did you think that she got softball questions in there? Now, here goes my thing. I think that he pressed her on the questions too, right? But again, I'm not how I'm looking at it, right? Is that whatever he did in his interview was a non-hostile conservative interview with her, which in my opinion means that she got an easy interview. He did press her, right? And I'm not saying this to take away from his interviewing ability or the quality of the interview. What I'm saying is that she didn't get a conservative interviewer that was really going to go in on her. If you ask me, every single interview that she's had, even the one in hostile territory, have all been the easy interviews. Yeah, it was non-hostile, and she's failed in every one. All the interviews that she's ever been in, all of her interviews have all been non-hostile, and she couldn't handle those interviews. Trump got jumped at the debate 3-on-1, and he still was able to salvage some of it. And he tanked himself on the Springfield cat stuff, and he still came out better in that than she did in all of these easy interviews that she got. It's just wild to me. So I don't think that they messed up. They should have trialed and aired this way earlier in the campaign. But instead, they backloaded it, and now they're just trying to go anywhere on these interviews. And what they're finding out is that she's doing bad every interview that she goes to. So as she hits each interview, it's making her look worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. They should have figured this out way in the beginning and then spreaded these interviews out and got a lot of interviews done out of the way and then ended it with a strong interview. Like they should have did the Dana Bash interview last and did all of the worst ones first and did the handheld one last. And that way that'll be the best interview impression on everybody. They'll have only good cuts from there to the end, and that wraps that up. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Adrian. Adrian said I've stopped watching her interviews altogether. Yeah, I feel you. But see, they didn't run quality control. Shout out to Howling Wolf. Howling Wolf said the police body cams proved the Springfield cat accusations were real. What police body cam accusations? You talking about that lady in Canton, Ohio that was eating cats? Because there was a lady in Canton, Ohio, which is nowhere near Springfield, who actually ate a cat that got arrested by the police off of Cherry Street in Canton. That had nothing to do with Springfield, and she wasn't Haitian. If you have, I've been asking people, if you've got the footage of this body cam in Springfield, send it to me in Discord or send it to me on Twitter or somewhere. Now, where was this at? Like, what did the area look like on the body cam? Were they in an apartment complex? Because because I'm gonna tell you, if they were in the apartment complex, that apartment complex is in Canton. I actually get my hair braided in that apartment complex. And I have the articles from the Canton repository that talk about that particular case that took place, if I'm not mistaken, back in August. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Crew. Crew said, I think the Simpsons are from Ohio, based on Robb. Robb is a Simpson episode. Yo, y'all remember them Black Bart Simpson shirts from back in the day? Don't nobody see that. There we go. Now we about to get on a tangent. Don't nobody even be talking about them old school Black Bart Simpson shirts. Y'all remember that? Black Bart Simpson with the box haircut like Kid and Play, and he had the lines. Who had a Black Bart Simpson shirt back in the day? Yep. Please tell me y'all had a Black Bart Simpson shirt. Or y'all at least seen one. Back when starters had those were the starter jackets everybody was getting murked for, and now you can buy them at Walmart. Y'all don't remember the Black Bart Simpson shirts? Are you for real? Come on, somebody gotta have Black Bart Simpson shirt. Okay. Win, Lose, or Rug said, I definitely remember those. DC Precise said, my mom would let me get it, bro. That's hilarious. Oh, man. Hold on real quick. The Black Bart Simpson, man. That's funny as hell. I'm trying to find a good picture of the old school Black Bart Simpson. The old school Black Bart Simpson, because they done changed and made some new Black Bart Simpsons, and they kind of corny. I'm not trying to be funny, but like I don't like when they try to when they bring old like stuff from like when I grew up and they adopt it for like people for nowadays. I don't like that. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, man, but like this younger generation is corny and all they do is mess up all of the stuff that we had that was cool back in our day. And they cornballs, you know what I'm saying? Like they put pink on it or turn the dreadlocks pink or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Or put skinny jeans on it or something. Like these people, these young kids nowadays, they're garbage, man. I don't know who raised them or anything like that, but like they just it's just a throwaway generation for real. Shout out to Black Spider. Black Spider say, why you be calling old people out? Look, I'm old and I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not trying to be funny, but like I had said this a long time ago, and I actually called this out like when I was younger. Like when I was in my 20s, I was looking at how the world was changing, and I was like, this is gonna be the first generation of people where like the between 30 and 50-year-olds are the cool people, and like the kids are corny as hell. And that's how it is today. Like these kids today corny. Like y'all like I used to kind of like have like, you know, like, oh, you know, it's a kid or whatever. Like I don't even like I don't even care. Like, man, y'all throwaway. Like y'all corny. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all don't do anything at all. Y'all have no type of ambition. You're not smart. Everything is automated. You don't have any type of ambition to like improve your life or your intelligence. You don't have no family interaction. Y'all don't even go to the playground or do no physical activity. Y'all rude. You don't know anything. You know what I'm saying? Like you just I don't like y'all don't know anything. Like, man, y'all don't have no skills and y'all weird. Y'all don't even know what gender y'all are. Like, man, it's just all kind of weird stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I be looking at these dudes with these yoga pants and Crocs on. You're a male. What are you doing wearing yoga pants and Crocs? And the dudes that be wearing the yoga pants, and these not even the dudes that's LGBTQ. These are just actual dudes walking around all, you know what I'm saying? Like duck walking with you know what I'm saying? Duck walking like they pregnant with some Crocs on and yoga pants. Like you're a male. You know what I'm saying? No customer service skills. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to work. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't stand them. They don't know nothing about tech. Listen, you know what I'm saying? Like where I work at and stuff like that. When I was young, I was the one like I knew all the tech. You don't even get, if you have a young person around you nowadays, you don't even have the tech advantage. If it's not TikTok, these idiots are useless. They can't tell you how to reset the phone. They can't tell you how to screenshot a phone. They can't tell you how to do anything with a new software update. You know, like I used to like all the software and stuff, you know, like I'm more tech savvy. Shout out to Bronze God. Bronze God said Gen Z taking catching strays. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't deal with it. Listen, they complain about the women being 304s, and they don't even have to talk to. They don't have to do no work. Everything is automated. Dating is automated, and these dudes complain about they can't get none. We actually used to have to work to get some. Are you serious? We had to put in work. We had to holler at a female. We had to have a reputation. We had to dress nice. We had to have swag. You know what I'm saying? All you got to do is swipe right. You got on demand. You know what I'm saying? You got it on demand. And all you got to do is just swipe right. And there's lower standards nowadays. And y'all still can't get none. I don't have no respect. Like, I don't have no respect for none of these dudes, man. No respect. The way they be talking, they talk about like all the females is 304s. Are you serious, man? I would stay in something if I was single. What? And y'all complaining that y'all can't find anything? I don't understand it. I'll never understand it. I'll never understand it. The slang is trash. It's trash, bro. I just look. Anytime I see like the younger generation, I just look disgusted, man. I just like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Like. That's why, like, when I meet like a younger person and a younger person got an old soul, like, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, I could rock with you. And it's kind of difficult for me too, because like I'm an older dude. When I decide to shave, you know what I'm saying? I got a baby face, so I kind of look young. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of difficult for me because like I'm a lot older than I look. But a lot of the older generation, like they kind of just ain't up on like the future type stuff like I'm on. Like they not really on like the cryptocurrency and artificial intelligence and all that, the tech and all that. So like, you know, it's kind of like not really, I be like out of place a lot. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm between a rock and a hard place. Like I'm too old to be young, but I'm too young to be old. You know what I'm saying? And it's difficult. You know what I'm saying? So like, when I see the younger generation though, I don't see any progression, and it's kind of irritating knowing like what the potential of where they could be and how they could do. If I had the all the technology and stuff that's out today, if I had this technology, see, like when I was like the age, like this young age, that's when Napster and all that had first came out. You know what I'm saying? They didn't even have like MP3s, and the phones wasn't text messaging and all that. They didn't have no, they just had picture cameras on the phone. They didn't have like camcorders. Man, if they had all this stuff that they got now, back then, listen, man, I mean, I would be Bill Gates rich right now. Y'all wouldn't even know me. I would have a house on it. My house would have just got towed up by one of them hurricanes, because I'd have been on a island in Miami somewhere with my mansion. Yeah, we grew up in that era. Like, that was when they had the era right before the boom in tech. They called it the .com bomb. We grew up in the .com bomb era. You know what I'm saying? Like that, that's back when like people was getting rich off of Yahoo stock, like when Yahoo was actually big, and like they had Netscape Navigator, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's that era, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? Like, this era now is just corny, like it's garbage, man. The music even trash. They copy everything off of what we did, our generation, and they make it worse. They've destroyed everything. Like, they destroyed the Transformers movie. They destroyed all these Marvel movies. Like, they just they've destroyed they've defiled everything. Yeah, life before the internet, having a phone cord, a dial, a rotary phone. They don't even know about the rotary phones, bro. Listen, when I was talking about how I like Nas, you remember on New York State of Mind, never put me in your box if your shit eats tapes. These clown, this culturally dry generation, they wouldn't even know what that bar means. Don't put me in your box if your shit eats tapes. You know what I'm saying? They don't even know what that means. Don't put me in your box if your shit eats tapes. They never had to deal with the struggle with having to fix a cassette tape. They don't even know what a cassette tape is. They don't know what a Walkman is. They don't know what a Discman is. They don't know any of that stuff. Nothing. No, these like, they don't have no type of skills whatsoever. They got they so stupid. They got rear facing cameras in the car because they so damn dumb. They don't know how to back a car out of a parking lot. They got to have a damn camera to do it. They can't use the rear view mirrors. Like, seriously? You need a guided camera? That's part of the driver's test, to be able to back your car out. You so stupid that you can't even back your car out without a damn assisted camera? I don't know, man. I don't know. That's why I be saying, like, like, I look at, hey, if artificial intelligence, I don't know if it would be a bad thing if artificial intelligence come and, you know what I'm saying, clean up the world. I don't know if it's a bad thing. People be scared because we people. I'm not scared because I understand. Shout out to David Brown. What's good with it, bro? You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, artificial intelligence gonna come and take over the world. Is it really gonna make it? Is it really gonna make it that bad, or is it gonna make it worse, or is it gonna make it better? I don't know. I don't know. I know I'm a person and I get irritated with other people. So, you know what I'm saying? I could only imagine, you know what I'm saying, some shit like AI. You know what I'm saying? Like, Cameron said Star Wars got lesbian space witches now. That's hilarious. What they looking like? What they looking like? About to be an intergalactic bro real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Pledge during Fox News town hall in Georgia.
How do you plan on addressing the transgender issue in women's sports? I have 9 grandchildren, 6 of them female, all playing sports, and we are very concerned for their safety, not just on the field and the courts, but in their locker rooms as well.
Right. It's such an easy question, and everybody in the room, and you know that answer. We're not going to let it happen.
Caitlin, it's a key issue for women in America, isn't it?
Absolutely. And while the left took the most wedge-dividing issue in this country and tried to make it the centerpiece of this entire campaign, which of course is the issue of abortion, there are real issues that matter to females. And I, as a young female, am sick of being wedged into this very narrow box. Does the left think that...
She said that as a female, she's sick of being wedged into a very narrow box.
we're not capable of thinking outside of the box here. We only have one narrow way of thinking. Does the left think that women are so reduced to one single issue or reduced to voting based on a gender? Because that's not the case with the millions of American women who are concerned about our safety and about the safety of our daughters, my future daughters. And Donald Trump's pledge right there really shows where he stands.
Well said. Look, President Biden, can you believe he's apparently still running the country? He's around and he's been speaking in Pennsylvania, and he seems to be holding on to hope that Donald Trump might be going to jail.
Hey, look, you see this? I guess Joe Biden woke up from his hibernation and woke up angry at Trump. I wonder what he said. I wonder if he successfully made it through a sentence or not.
The same guy puts 3 other major cases waiting for him and he loses. And by the way, 34 felonies. So far, he got the sentence kicked back, but I want to watch.
Why did Joe Biden be doing his eyes like that?
The hope that Donald Trump might be going to jail.
The same guy puts 3 other major cases waiting for him and he loses. And by the way, 34 felonies. So far, he got the sentence kicked back, but I want to watch that sentence. Look, Donald Trump's not running. He was running for himself. I think he's running to stay out of jail.
Still hard to make any sense of what he says.
Come on, man. Did Joe Biden just wake up from his nap time there? I mean, this is so pathetic on the part of Kamala Harris and her campaign that is trying to have Joe Biden, people like Bill Clinton, Barack Obama come out of retirement. I know Joe Biden is still our sitting president. That's very hard for your viewers to even comprehend. But please, just stay in the White House, go to sleep, eat your ice cream, because having these people, again, like a Bill Clinton or Barack Obama on the campaign trail is actually only hurting the Kamala Harris campaign and making America.
Yeah, Joe Biden be doing some wild eyeball bucket, man. Howling Wolf said, oh, man. Joe Biden had plastic surgery. That's crazy. Biden do be bucking them eyes, though, man. Why Biden be bucking his eyes like that? You know what I'm saying? Do the good eyes move.
Americans more aware of how there is no good Democrats that actually care about the American agenda.
Yeah, I think the more that Joe Biden speaks and Bill Clinton speaks, we're just seeing the support for Kamala Harris go down.
Yeah, facts. Shout out to Carlton. That lady said when they was talking about bringing in all the old presidents, they brought corporate in. They brought in corporate quality control. You know what I'm saying? Look, you know Kamala Harris in the boardroom every morning. She in the boardroom getting lit up every morning, bro. You know her campaign is way off of quality control. You know they way off of quality control. She getting written up every day. She getting written up every day. Shout out to Creality. Yeah, HR. You know what I'm saying? Human resources, quality assurance. They risk management on that ass. You know what I'm saying? Risk management on that ass.
Down. Be interesting
More
to see what
Donald
happens.
Trump ads, actually. More
Yeah,
Donald
that's
Trump ads
true.
are
He's just
being
got
made.
so much material. But on Joe Biden, he spoke with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky this week discussing efforts to boost security aid to Ukraine. He's announced a new $425 million military aid package to Ukraine.
How many people heard about that? I didn't know about that. Biden announces a new $425 million military aid package for Ukraine. I don't think that they're really doing anything to try to help, people like the Democrats anymore. How many people had heard about this announcement of $425 million in military aid for Ukraine? If you guys heard about that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate y'all. If y'all haven't hit that like button yet, do me a favor, hit that like button. Also, if you guys haven't shared the stream to your social media, take a moment, share the stream to your social media.
What reaction can we expect the reaction to be from the American people when Americans are still recovering from Hurricane Helene and Milton with really minimal government assistance?
I think this outraged all Americans who heard this news today. Sending millions to Ukraine, sending $157 million to Lebanon recently, billions of dollars spent on welcoming illegals into this country, and yet we have American tax-paying citizens that are struggling, that just had their livelihoods wiped away by these two hurricanes. And what do they get? A lousy $750 and zero help from this administration. I think every American has every right to ask questions, demand answers, and be completely outraged. But how much longer are we going to let this go on? I hope every American out there is relating these disastrous decisions by the Biden administration to the minute they put that piece of paper in the ballot box, because they are absolutely correlated here. This is a result of the disastrous administration that keeps putting us into crises after crises, funding their elite agenda and proxy wars. And I think Americans are waking up, and we are quite frankly sick of it.
Man, that's crazy, man. That is crazy. Let me see. Hold on real quick. Let me see what else we got. Man. We gotta roast Maria real quick. Hold on. We're gonna talk about this later though, because I gotta get some stuff done. But real quick, we gotta roast Maria though. She just don't care no more. At this point, she just waking up, getting out of bed, and going to work, putting her work clothes on as she's sleeping, and she sleep in them. Roll out of bed and just come on into work and just do the news report. Come on, Maria, get it together. You know what I'm saying? Get it together. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go live again today, but I'm going to try to go live at some point tomorrow. And if I'm not able to go live tomorrow, for sure, the next time I'll be live for sure will be Saturday. All right, I'm going to try to get some videos up. I might not be able to get no videos. We'll see. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully y'all enjoy this. I'm going to shout out to stream sponsors. Make sure y'all show the stream sponsors some love. All right. We have 15 stream sponsors today, man. That was dope. I really appreciate y'all. Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. Make sure y'all show Lloyd Sky 9 some love. Shout out to my man DeAndre. Make sure y'all show DeAndre some love. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Definitely appreciate you, Miss Nisi. Shout out to my man Win Loser Rug. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Antithesis. Always holding it down. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Tammy. Make sure y'all show Tammy some love. Shout out to Antithesis. We got to hit Antithesis with again. Let's see. Again! Shout out to J007. I appreciate you, bro. We got to hit J007 with again. Again! Shout out to my man AB Promotions. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Ricky Guillory. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Patrick. Definitely appreciate you. Shout out to John. Definitely appreciate you. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Definitely appreciate you. And shout out to Londa. Definitely appreciate you. Shout out to Carla. What's good with it, Carla? I appreciate y'all. Like I said, I'll be back at some point. If not sooner than later, at the very latest on Saturday, at the very earliest, who knows? You know, maybe 4 or 5 hours from now. We'll see what I get done. You know what I'm saying? And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen,
walk up in the life. Yeah, I'm really talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up, look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him. Don't believe me? Come and see me. Got 3 wishes from my genie. Now I'm on your local TV. Y'all on tour, got demons. Say she wanna come and see me when I'm in a local city. I'm like, pause though. Please step aside so they can see me. And I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. I'm the realest from my city. That's on money, that's on Kiwi, that's on mamas. Niggas don't believe me, come and see me. I been dodging all that fake. All these niggas working broke, but I been getting paid. All that know me from the street. Flexing for what feature, that's like every other week. Talk behind my back, I kick my feet up, have a seat. Cause at the end of the day, all these watching me as I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him on God. Walk up in the like, yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, I'm really him. Hold up, look, walking this bitch like, hey, yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey, I'm really him. Hold up.